Chapter 1858. The Li family Zhuangzi ambulance was dispatched, accompanied by Feng Qingdai, Li Fuquan, and some nurses. They would use the equipment in the ambulance. In special situations, they would use the equipment to maintain the patient's vital signs. Then they would use the walkie-talkie, or two small robots, to inform Li Yi. When the time came, Li Yi would fly over to treat the patient and try his best to save the patient. There were luxurious carriages, military horses, and winged knights. The entire team was huge. The wheat they picked up was not enough to feed the horses. Judging from the behavior of picking up wheat, it was purely for show. The little fellow's trip cost too much. It was the expense of a large group of people. In fact, it did not cost much. The winged knight's horses did not need to eat if they did not go out. They had to train normally. The winged knights also had to eat and train themselves. It was equivalent to changing the internal training to external guards. The consumption was still the same. The older children could not go. They had to continue to study. In the future, they would be counted on to support the social system. They mainly studied physics, chemistry, and mathematics. They did not need to memorize many words in a short period of time. Language was a long-term course. They had to learn it all the time. The team crossed the bridge. When the people saw the ambulance, they looked up at the flag. The flag was the little fellow's. It told the team who was in the ambulance. The people retreated. This was the son of His Majesty and Empress Wang. They treasured him. They retreated a little. Let's see who will come forward. There were more heavy machine guns, assault rifles, and pistols in the team than in Princess Jincheng's palace. There were 8 hot air balloons and a 30-feet tall observation tower on the vehicle. There were snipers on it. They told some people in Chang, and that the legitimate prince was here. They went out to play. If they had the ability, they could assassinate him. For example, the people of the later Turks. Whether they succeeded or not, this team would be directly pulled to the later Turks' territory to attack. They did not need the heavenly soldiers and the Henji army. They had fewer people than them. Would they be less afraid? The little fellow had just arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi Street in the south of the city. The news spread to the Honglu Temple. The envoys of the various foreign countries did not have any other ideas. Tubo's envoys even kept an eye on other people. Whoever wanted to go out, they promised to follow and report. They were afraid that people from other places would frame them. Zan Pu was still in the Li family Zhuangzi. After Li Yi finished eating, everyone was not in a hurry to go to work. They strolled around Zhuangzi to digest their food. During the harvest season, other than Azhou and a few surrounding prefectures that were affected by the flood and could not collect rent this year, there was no news of any other disasters. This year the weather was good. Large amounts of indica rice were planted, and the people had more grain in their hands. The land that was rented by hand was still collected according to the original quota per mu. Only the long grain rice was handed over, and the rest belonged to the people. Hunan province has a lot of grain. I'm afraid that the commoners won't be able to sell their grain for a good price. Wei Jigu said that the lowly valley harms the farmers and conveniently targets Yaocheng. Zhang Shuo was the magistrate of Hunan Prefecture. When he was there to investigate people, he went against Yaocheng. Yaocheng's expression did not change in the slightest. In any case, it was already in the past. If he joined the group, his son would be safe. Don't be afraid. The Li family Zhuangzi's people are there. They will adjust the price of grain. Changping-sang just happens to have a batch of old grain. Li Qingqi looked at Li Longji and said, if the grain merchants dared to lower the price, the Li family Zhuangzi would guarantee that they would draw a line and set a price. If the price was low enough, the Li family Zhuangzi would take it all. They would take as much as they could. Would the grain merchants dare to gang up and kill people? Or would they dump their original stock at a low price? Would they dump the Li family Zhuangzi, or take it? Would they take action? Ask Zhang Shuo if he would send troops to encircle and suppress them. The people would probably take care of all the grain merchants in Luoyang. If they were found, they would be beaten to death and their goods would be stolen. Li Longji took 2 steps out with his hands behind his back. The Tang dynasty lacks grain reserves. Chongping Song. Sigh. He was afraid now. He was afraid that they would investigate all of the Tang dynasty's Chongping Song. The Chongping Song itself had losses, and it was man-made corruption. Spread the news that the imperial court wants to thoroughly investigate the Chongping Song of all the prefectures. Any losses caused by accidental accidents will be calculated according to all the embezzlement. Li Yi could tell what Li Longji was thinking. He gave an idea and spread the news. Add one more thing. The Li family Zhuangzi will send people to audit. If the accounts don't match, regardless of whether it's the officials or the merchants who helped resell the grain, they will all be confiscated. Su Yi added that when he investigated the military equipment, he had arrested many people. Some people were imprisoned, and some people gave up on pursuing responsibility. Part of the reason why they gave up on pursuing responsibility was because they provided the military equipment to the tribes outside the Tang dynasty. They hoped that they would fight a war. If the accounts didn't match, they would win the war. They had money, but they didn't have enough military equipment. That money could buy military equipment, but it couldn't be bought anywhere. The local people couldn't make such good things. Others secretly sold things to hunters in ungoverned places, and the money they got was distributed to the families of their dead brothers. Su Yi didn't want to pursue the responsibility of these 2 types of generals. Anyway, they would have to be replaced, and they could still continue to fight. Those who were greedy would be confiscated and imprisoned. Okay, Li Longji replied. He was in a better mood. He asked the local government to fill up the Chongping warehouse. It just so happened that the grain was new, and the people who participated in the reselling were rich. If the provincial governor writes a letter asking, we won't give a reply. Zhang Jiling said. He was sure that someone would be afraid and ask if it was a rumor. When we reach Luoyang, send people to investigate. The people in the Ministry of Revenue need to be trained. Bai Gu didn't treat it as gossip. The Chongping warehouse was under the Ministry of Revenue's control. His biggest concession was to fill up all the missing grain in the warehouse, and the grain that was replenished couldn't be the kind that couldn't be eaten. Luoyang is an important transportation route. Brother Yi, when we reach there, we will have to trouble you. Li Longji understood the importance of Hunan province. If it wasn't for the existence of the Li family Zhuangzi, he would think that the people were living a good life and that it was a prosperous era. His goal was to have all the people in the Tang dynasty be similar to the people in the capital government. This was the first step. When they reached the standard of living of the Li family Zhuangzi, it was the second step. The first step was to worship the ancestors. The second step was to call it a prosperous era. The previous prosperous era was a joke in his eyes, including the rule of Jingguan. Of course, he couldn't say that Jingguan couldn't cure it. He was still doing business with other people. But with the addition of Brother Yi, everything was different. It must be because of the blessing of the ancestors that he was given Li Yi, who was both a son-in-law and a friend. Third brother, don't worry. I have prepared a complete plan. Li Yi guaranteed. Which dynasty dared to say that Hunan province was not important? It included a lot of places, the granary of the country. Li Longji smiled. That's good. Brother Yi, you have worked hard. The others' expressions were also relaxed. They didn't argue with Li Yi. At least, they couldn't come up with a complete plan that they had never seen before. He said that it was a complete plan. It was definitely not a simple plan of how to do it. It was guaranteed that a lot of methods to deal with different situations would be combined. What's the first step? Song Jing wanted to find a start and think about it himself. Planting trees. The Yellow River starts from upstream. Try to preserve the original trees and plant new trees to ensure the irrigation system. The current Yellow River coast is not bad. Li Yi didn't hide anything. Let me tell you, I want to plant trees. Do you understand? What's the second step? Song Jing really couldn't think of the next step. Why do they have to plant trees upstream? Is this a plan? Chapter 1859. The first step is a long-term project. The real first step is to repair the bridge that crosses the river, the railway bridge in Haizhou, and dredging the 1,000-mile river in Hunan. Li Yi combined the first step with the second step. The Yellow River was getting higher, and now it was not as good as when he had to take advantage of the time to fix it. There were still many trees in the Yellow Plateau. They had not reached the Little Ice River, and they had not been cut down or burned. When the population increased in the future, and they had enough money, they could build better embankments. The Yellow River could not be changed even if they wanted to. They would rather let a section of the Yellow River not pass the embankment and wash into the fields and people next to it than allow it to be changed. What's next? Song Jing understood. Repairing the bridge, they had agreed on it. I will give you the plan later. Li Yi was not willing to use the good time to ask questions about the written plan. Good. Bai Gu rubbed his hands in anticipation. He liked to read Li Yi's plan. There were advantages, disadvantages, opportunities, and threats in it. At the same time, there were corresponding ways to deal with every possible accident. For example, Li Yi would give the Li family zhuangzi, good craftsmanship. This was an advantage. The Li family zhuangzi could not break into the low-end market. This was a disadvantage. The Li family zhuangzi could lead other people in the shoe industry to sell their shoes overseas to make a lot of money. This was an opportunity. The lack of raw materials and the fact that others would copy them were threats. If they used sheepskin as raw material to make shoes, when the number of sheepskin decreased, it would not be enough to support the scale of the industry. The follow-up plan would be to make shoes made of pigskin. The technology for making shoes made of pigskin was already available. How should they deal with other areas that did not accept pigskin products? Should they replace them again? Or should they increase the publicity? Or should they sell them by force? Every single one of them would be listed out in great detail. It included craftsmanship, materials, cost, operation, competition in the industry. If they did not want to take care of the entire industry, the Li family zhuangzi's model could eliminate all competitors. However, no matter what Xiaoyi did, the first thing she thought of was the people's livelihood. She wanted to make money and bring others along. Looking at Xiaoyi's proposal, he felt like he was watching a war. The other people's expressions were similar to Bai Gu's. Since it involved the plan of the entire Hunan province, there would be a thick book which was very enjoyable to read. He studied as he read. The proposal directly pointed to the specific situation, which was different from economics books. In terms of administration, they let people follow along slowly. Before a government decree was issued, they first took out a proposal. What benefits could the decree bring? What losses would there be? Where would there be problems? How would each problem be solved? If you want financial support to repair the river channels in the state, you have to get a proposal. When the proposal was submitted, there would be people who would specifically answer questions regarding the areas that might not be clearly expressed in the proposal. If the answers were not good enough, there would be no funding. Of course, the prefectural government could choose not to provide a plan. They could just explain the situation of the river in their prefecture. The imperial court would ask them a series of questions, and the prefectural government would answer them. In fact, if they needed too much money, the imperial court would send people over to take a look. Indeed, they would need to allocate funds and tell the prefectures how to cooperate. When everyone walked to the Terrazzo Square, Qidai Zhu Dan and Princess Jincheng came over. After recuperating, his complexion was much better than when he had just arrived. He couldn't come into contact with other women, so he exercised when he had enough energy. Recently, he played fixed rollers with the winged knights who had returned from overseas and trained against vertigo. The Navy ran away and waited for the equipment to be sent to them. They also had to practice. At present, they couldn't practice non-fixed rollers for fear of falling down due to poor control of the direction. Qidai Zhu Dan came over to greet them first. His people were all studying hard. Except for some secrets, the rest could go to class. The longer he stayed in the Li family zhuangzi, the more he felt the overall gap. In his own tubo, Qi Dai Zhu Dan saw slaves who wanted to slack off and be beaten and punished. The people in the Li family Zhuangzi were similar to slaves. How could they fight to work? When it was time to rest, the people who worked were unhappy. They were all weaving. They weaved wool and yak hair products in tubo. The tools were different from those in the Li family Zhuangzi. One person in the Li family Zhuangzi could replace 15 or 16 people in tubo. The speed was too fast. Some people would stop working and stare blankly, saying which part should be changed. The craftsman would come over and ask, then make a new part and install it, letting the person try. If the attempt didn't work, they would continue to do the original work. After trying and finding that it was better than before, someone would continue to check and ask others to try. If they felt it was good, they would give extra rewards. The rewards were money and a small sign in the name of the Li family Zhuangzi, saying that it was a technical improvement stamp. The farmer didn't care about the money, but he loved the stamp very much. Dr. Li, you don't treat the slaves in the Zhuangzi as slaves. Is that why they work hard for you? Qi Dai Zhu Dan had an idea, so he asked Li Yi. Li Yi was slightly stunned, then nodded. Yes, slaves are forced to work and can't exert their subjective initiative. Only when they find that they can get free property through their own labor will they work hard. So you have to be good to the slaves and let them have their own things. Then, why worry about prosperity? Li Yi's expression was serious. When he agreed with the idea of Qi Dai Zhu Dan, he patiently explained. I see. Qi Dai Zhu Dan clasped his hands and stood aside thinking. Li Yi's mouth showed a smile for a moment, but he quickly withdrew it. He was using Qi Dai Zhu Dan. The slave owners and slaves in tubo were used to the slavery system. Whoever wanted to change it would inevitably affect the interests of the slave owners, and even the slaves would think that they were wrong. Tubo belonged to the alliance system. If you were good to the slaves, others would not be good to you. Internal conflicts would intensify, and you would have to rely more on the Tang dynasty. You were the king in name. If someone was unfavorable to you, the Tang dynasty would have a reason to deal with them. It was hard to fight a united tubo, but it was much easier to break them one by one. If slavery was so easy to get rid of, why did he still allow the slave trade to exist in Chang? And because he had to do it little by little. In 2 years, there would be no slaves outside. If other families had slaves, they would spend money to buy them. Tubo had a slavery system as a whole. Was it possible to change a system without shedding blood? The serfs wanted to turn over, but the white hatta was dyed red by blood, although there was already a red hatta there. Dr. Li, I went to the workshop to see the movable type printing. When I returned to Tubo, can I publish newspapers by myself? Princess Jincheng took time to wander around the workshop. She was not allowed to go to dangerous places, but the printing was fine. She felt that there should be a publicity tool to spread the good of the Tang dynasty in Tubo. You need training on a series of plate making, content editing, ink mixing, and so on. When the time comes, we will have a telegraph machine. Some important things will be sent to you every day, and you will print them. Li Yi supported Princess Jincheng's behavior and controlled the publicity channel to serve politics. Chapter 1860. Compared to the calculations of the adults in national affairs, the children were relatively innocent. The children were not really innocent. The other children understood that they could not bully the little guy. In fact, they did not bully anyone. The activities organized by the Li family Zhuangzi made the children sensible. Qin grew taller again. She had long forgotten about the Japanese Empire, and no one mentioned it to her. Everyone understood that the Li Dongzhu changed the layout of the entire village for the children. Whoever dared to say something they should not say would be driven out of the village and not allowed to enter the ancestral grave. Many children had also forgotten about the man from Japan. Their homes were all built small buildings, and they even had extra animals to take care of. Usually, people from the Li family Zhuangzi came to teach in Shaolin Zhuangzi. Every few days, they would go to the Li family zhuangzi to play and stay there for a night. They were older and still had a vague impression that someone wanted to attack Shaolin zhuangzi. They knew that there was going to be a war. They still did not understand that it was because of the actions of their elders at that time that they were treated the way they were now. And the one who fell was an important minister of a generation who would rise again. The little guy did not command. It was his first time participating in the wheat-picking activity. He first invited his friends to eat walnuts. Each person ate a few pieces and then began to work. They all wore small cloth shoes, long pants, half-sleeve shirts, and a bamboo hat. 3 people in a group walked forward in a row. When they saw wheat, they would pick it up and put it in a small basket. Usually this kind of work was done by the children or the elderly in the family. The main labor force needed to do other work. Harvesting the wheat was only the first step. They still had to threshing. They did not need to remove the husk first. Removing the husk would shorten the shelf life. Under normal circumstances, the work of picking wheat was handed over to the school. The school would send the children to pick it up. After picking it up, it would belong to the school. The school had more flour and rice to make cakes or fried dough twists for the children. Children had a natural advantage when picking up rice or wheat. They were small, often bent down, and had a short recovery time. When they were growing up, no matter how tired they were during the day, they would be so lively the next day after sleeping. If they were in a hurry, they would not walk often. The adults would take the children to walk 30 miles. The child bounced down the stairs and slept. Nothing happened the next day, but Darren's muscles started to ache, and after another day, Darren's soreness intensified. This piece of land now belonged to the village. They worked for themselves, and the children of the Li family zhuangzi helped them. In the Li family zhuangzi's rice and wheat fields, they didn't need to pick up the ears of rice or wheat to feed the animals. If they missed any, they would just feed the animals. If it's a stock field, drive the laying hens into the field. Chickens would find their own grains and rice to eat. They would step on them with their claws and pick them up with their beaks. After eating, they would directly add fertilizer and plow them into the soil. The children worked very seriously. Their small hands grabbed the wheat ears that they missed and put them into the basket. If they rubbed their arms, they would leave red scratches. Other places were well protected, so there was nothing to be afraid of. After working for an hour, at the end of each row, the children rested. Usually, they were always running and jumping. Now that they were doing some work, they didn't sweat at all. Unless you exercise too much, the weather is hot, and drink too much water. I've prepared juice. The water for the juice is from the hot springs in Lontian County. There are bubbles. Bring an ice bucket and fill it. There are also chestnuts. This year's chestnuts, it's time to eat them. The little guy looked at the scratches on the back of his hands and arms and shouted to his friends indifferently. Everyone washed their hands. When the soap touched the scratches, there was a particularly refreshing feeling. All the children ignored it at the same time. They were used to it. How could a scratch from a wheat ear be more painful than a scratch from a vine? If the scratch was too deep, it would scab. The chestnuts had been fried when the children were working just now, and now it was just right to eat them. The children happily grabbed the chestnuts. Their small hands couldn't pick them up, so they used their mouths to bite them and then picked and peeled them. Then they took the peeled chestnuts to the winged knights and the nurses to feed them. They were floating in the sky. There was no other way. The other winged knights helped to throw the chestnuts up on the table. After everyone had eaten, the children ate by themselves. This was the power of newspaper publicity and also the result of the winged knights' persistence. When the winged knights arrived, it was time for the people to feel at ease. I saw earthworms that can be used to fish. Do you like to fish? The little guy was carried to the roof of the ambulance and sat next to Guazi. I'm learning to fish, but I don't like to fish. Guazi shook his head and helped the little guy peel the chestnuts. Brother-in-law doesn't like to fish either. He said that he had to buy fish with money or use a net to save time. By Zhongshu, and the others would go fishing by the river when they have time. If they didn't eat the fish they caught, they would throw it back. Sometimes the fish they caught were from before. Their mouths were rotten, but the fish still took the bait. The little guy took a sip of juice and talked about what he saw and heard. That's why I don't want to fish. Studying fishing is to survive in special situations. To fish for fun, it's a waste of my life. Fishing without eating, fishing for fun, it's also a waste of time when it hurts the fish. If you want to fish in the future, don't catch small fish that can't be eaten. If you want to learn how to catch big fish, I'll teach you. As Guazi spoke, he peeled 6 chestnuts. His speed was very fast. I want to learn a lot of skills. You peel chestnuts so fast. Chicken farmers are going to make money. Chestnut chicken is delicious. The little guy actually began to consider the relevance of the matter. A large number of chestnuts were harvested. It was better to cook them than to eat them as snacks. Eat at night? Guazi asked. Okay, at least the little guy wanted to eat now. Guazi picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke to Zhuangzi. Today, these children were going to be brought back. He was afraid that Zhuangzi was not prepared. In a grassland, the later Turks did not have chestnut chicken to eat. There were pheasants, but chestnuts could not be found. At the same time, they were catching fish. They lived by water and grass. Grass was important, but water was more important. It was easy for people who were familiar with the situation to catch them. There was water around, some rivers, some lakes. They used to catch fish without nets, but now they did. The newspapers taught them how to weave nets, different weaving methods, and mesh sizes. It's time to withdraw. According to the Tang dynasty, we should withdraw to the north. There will be battles there and more opportunities to recuperate. Moyu Valley watched his clansmen pulling nets in the river and decided to leave. He did not want to find another opportunity to turn the tables. He sensed that something was wrong. Yesterday, 4 scouts of 100 people patrolling in the vicinity came back. How could there be a problem with 100 people? Didn't the heavenly soldiers only target scouts of 20 to 30 people? Some of the 100 people should be able to run back. What about winter? Secret Service K was unwilling to leave. Eat fish. The newspapers introduced the method of winter fishing. There is a big lake in the north. We can still collect enough grass now. We can spend the winter there. If we don't go now, we can't build a thatched house or make a kong with mud. Moyu Valley said that there was a way out. He wanted to learn to build a house, make kong, and burn grass for warmth. In fact, there were still trees there. If they cut them down now, it would be easier to burn them in winter. In a few days, once it snowed, it would be difficult to store hay. Chapter 1861. The sun was not the only thing shining on the grassland at noon in autumn. The tall grass absorbed the heat and made people sweat nonstop. Mog led his people to the northwest. The people who had just moved here had to drag their tired bodies and continue their journey. They needed to negotiate with the other tribes or fight. The distance was definitely not as good as home, but it was better than death. The scouts continued to run around, but they didn't go too far. They maintained a distance of 30 miles. There were scouts in the middle to keep in contact with each other in case they were ambushed by the Tang soldiers. The 4 100-man teams that went missing yesterday had gathered together and were captured. The 400 people looked at the Wing Knight's report with mixed feelings. They wanted to live, but they felt that they had lost their backbone by not fighting to the death. The heavenly soldiers beside them comforted them. No one can break out of a 100-man team surrounded by 3,000 to 4,000 people. If I'm surrounded, I'll surrender if you promise not to kill me. If you're still useful, you might be able to see your family in the future. It's not worth it to die in vain without being able to kill an enemy. You'll have nothing if you die. Who can remember the name of a small soldier? The captives beside him said. They were afraid that the captives would take things too hard. Dead enemies were worthless. Living enemies had high military merits. They told the later Turkic captives to surrender. If it were them, they would never surrender. If they surrendered, they would never be able to go back. If they went back, they would die. If the Tang dynasty knew that they had surrendered, their families would be ignored and ostracized. The captives were in a better mood. They just wanted to find a reason. When they heard it from others, they had a reason. They really couldn't fight yesterday. When they found the Tang soldiers, there were no gaps around them, and the Tang soldiers had explosives. They could break out of the encirclement with explosives. How could they break out of the encirclement if they scattered? They looked at the telegram and understood why they were surrounded. This thing could easily contact other teams from far away. Gone. MOG led his people to the northwest. They went together. A Tang soldier came to report. They looked at the traces and the direction of the later Turkic scouts. They couldn't enter the encirclement of the later Turkic scouts unless they wanted to fight. The area within 30 miles of the later Turkic team was covered by the scouts. The scouts of the Tang dynasty could still see them when they were in hot air balloons. Otherwise, there was no other way. They could not use drones, let alone satellites. The Wing Knights sent this news to Chang, and along with the information that the Turks had been completely captured. Afterwards, he followed the Turks to see where they were going. When the telegram was sent to the Li family Zhuangzi, everyone was eating. They had just sent chestnut chicken and chestnut stewed pork ribs to the little fellow. In order to take care of the children's taste, the chicken thighs and ribs were braised first, followed by chestnuts which tasted sweet. Song handed over a page of numbers and stood by the side waiting. Li Yi glanced at it and translated it. They continued to migrate. Just as they finished migrating, they hurried on their journey again. It seems that the Desire Valley wants to give up their original place. In addition, our men have successfully captured 4 100-man scout teams. Li Yi took a mouthful of rice after saying that. He liked to eat like this. Princess Yongmu didn't eat rice with water. She soaked the rice with juice and ate it with relish. Where will they go? Song Jing looked up and found a big map on the wall. It should be Shaohai. The Hueha Ligan tribe is there. Shaohai freezes in winter. The ice layer is very thick and suitable for fishing. There are many trees around. They go there in advance to harvest autumn grass, cut down trees, build houses with the soil of the small seaside, and build kong beds. They can survive the winter. They need more fur, fire channels in the livestock pen, and change their way of life. The local Hueha surname is under the jurisdiction of the Northern Protectorate of the Tang dynasty. It used to be called the Hanhai Commandery. Fu Difu is the leader of Hueha, our deputy of the West River military advisor and Chishui army commander. Li Yi got up, picked up the pointer by the wall, and pointed to Lake Baikal. This place belonged to the Tang dynasty and was governed by the Hueha people, just like Sulu's Tuki and Western Turkic's Ashainasyen. Does the Hueha Ligan tribe have the power to fight? Li Dan listened and watched, feeling comfortable. He liked Li Yi who, no matter when, would immediately give all the answers as long as there was a question. He didn't need to send people to ask and check again. A telegram would come and tell you the local situation directly. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The Hueha Ligan territory is big and the Hueha Ligan tribe is small. Shaohai is not small at all. The Hueha Ligan tribe will either migrate or be exterminated. They may also be asked to provide supplies by the Desire Valley. Both sides live in harmony. What I mean is to move the Hueha Ligan tribe out. The later Turks will go to their place, and they will go around to where the later Turks are. Everyone will change and use them as a barrier. We will plant potatoes and corn. When we build the city, we will build them and slowly turn them into our people. We will teach them to learn the Tang dynasty's language and official language. Li Yi took the pointer and drew an arc, the escape route of the Hueha Ligan tribe, no, the migration route. If they couldn't beat the later Turks, what could they do if they didn't run? Send people over to fight? They were still hoping to use the winter climate in the north to wear down the later Turks, not to exterminate them. The later Turks are hateful. I, Tubo, am willing to send troops to exterminate them. He wanted to show off, even if he knew that he wouldn't mobilize the Tubo troops. Li Yi curled his lips. At first, they surrendered. In the end, they listened to Pei Yan and Pei Zilong's slanderous words and killed them. This resulted in the endless war. Alas! Li Dan sighed. He was talking about his father, Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji. When they were fighting the later Turks, Ashina Funian had already surrendered. General Pei Xingjian agreed, saying that he could rest assured that he wouldn't kill him and that his people would be fine. Ashina Funian trusted him, so he surrendered and went to Chang'an. In the end, one of the attendants at that time, Prime Minister Pei Yan, slanderously said that Li Ji killed Ashina Funian. Then Ashina Gujulu rebelled and didn't wait to be killed. Later, Wu Zetian succeeded the throne and found a reason to kill Pei Yan. After killing 11 years, she beat up Ashina Gujulu's younger brother, Moxie. At the same time, she told him that she wasn't Li Ji and wouldn't kill him. Look, I killed Pei Yan, that bad guy. Moxie surrendered with this reason, but he couldn't fight back at that time. In fact, Wu Zetian killed Pei Yan to stabilize the regime. She said, "Is there anyone who is stubborn and can't control Pei Yan? Is there anyone who is from a noble family who can unite Su Jingyi? Is there anyone who can command troops and generals, who can win every battle without fail? These 3 people are popular and are not beneficial to me. I can kill them. These 3 people have high positions and are disobedient. If I don't kill you, who will I kill? It just so happens that you rebelled. Yes, I forced you, Su Jingyi, to rebel. If you don't rebel, I will take away your power bit by bit and demote you. You seized my power in the name of the Li clan, and my son listened to you? If I don't deal with you, I will keep you? If my son listens to you and doesn't listen to me, I will kill him." Li Dan was too familiar with this situation. Now, Xiao Yi's power was higher than those 3. However, Xiao Yi didn't want to be the emperor and only wanted to be a son-in-law. Chapter 1862. Sigh. The ministers sighed. Therefore, the promise of war cannot be broken. Li Yi looked at Song Jing. "We don't kill captives." Song Jing glared at Li Yi and answered as quickly as he could. He was afraid that Li Yi would mention how Ling Chuan's matter. This matter would not be settled in this lifetime. Prime Minister Song is right. Li smiled. "I did not say anything else." Pearl Pill wondered, who is Pei Yan? How could he know so much history? He was still young. A person who wants to seize the power of regent. A person who has no ruler in his heart. A person who wants to overturn the court. Do you know about overturning the court? Old Yao and Zhang Shua, who was the magistrate of Hunan, were the same. Now it's me. I have no choice. I don't need real power, but I still have real power. It's not that I don't want to step down. Li Yi gave an example and pointed at himself. You have to deal with those who have more power? Pearl Pill understood. If you deal with your family's Daluan Calixu, you will be useless. Li Yi dispelled the idea that Pearl Pill should not have. He was still counting on Calixu to expand to India. It would not work if it was someone else. When you go back, I will give your family's Daluan Calixu some nourishing medicine to strengthen his body. Bring a set of spectacles and try it on one by one. I think he will be dazzled. Your family's Daluan Calixu is similar to the later Turks' Moyu Valley. This time, the later Turks gritted their teeth and migrated. The idea must have come from Moyu Valley. Li Yi lowered his head to eat. This was the good thing about eating water. There was no need to worry about the food getting cold. Everyone tacitly kept quiet and ate quickly. They would ask again after eating. Otherwise, this lunch would last until the evening. Xiao Yi, let's go out for a walk and digest. After everyone finished eating, Baigu invited Li Yi to walk around. Don't you have to work in the afternoon? Baigu wanted to be alone with Princess Yongmu and hold hands or something. Next to you is the office. Su Yi added, Let's go. Li Yi looked at the others with the same gaze, compromising. Everybody walked east along the Bar River. They would pass by the Zhang family's village and take a look at the Zhang family's land. Most of the Zhang clan's village was used as experimental fields and breeding fields. A small portion was used to plant soybeans on the scattered ground and by the river. They fed the bean worms with cowpeas, kidney beans, and grape leaves as if they were raising silkworms. The children who were about the same age as the little guy went to gather wheat, while the older children went to class. Instead of attending classes in the village, he was with Zhuangzi's children. The tourism industry in the village had stopped, and they no longer helped others take care of their children. The members of the imperial family rented their houses. He worked for the Li family Zhuangzi and was in charge of the Chaotian Fund of the Tang dynasty. They were mainly interested in the medical conditions of the Li family Zhuangzi and were worried that he would suddenly fall ill. Their families and villagers were working. The cucumbers and eggplants had been planted in the garden. Those that had been planted in advance had to be set up in greenhouses. Small eggplants and small cucumbers were used to make pickles for winter. The large eggplants were cut into slices. In winter, 2 slices were sandwiched with a layer of meat. The handle on top of the eggplants was the handle. The core inside was taken out, and the outside was dried in the shade. It was stir-fried and eaten. There were also dried cowpeas that were cut vertically in the middle. They could be used to make pickles and stew meat. The villagers were not short of money, so they were reluctant to throw it away. They were used to a hard life and knew how to cherish food. The families of the members of the imperial family helped them. They had never looked down on the villagers. Li Yi was in charge of the management and accounts of the Zhang clan's village, other than Her Majesty, who was qualified to ask Li Yi to manage the accounts. The Zhang clan's village did. Just like the neighbors who were willing to help Shaolan fight and hide when Zhuangzi was attacked, the Zhang clan's village was destined to have its current status from the moment they handed over the wordless account books. Her Majesty is here. Hello, Her Majesty. When the members of the imperial family saw Li Longji and his entourage, they all stood up to greet them. The villagers did not call them Her Majesty. They smiled with joy on their faces. Li Yi stared at the cowpeas. The cowpeas were placed on the chopping board and cut bit by bit with a kitchen knife. Don't you all have a washboard? Place the cowpeas in a concave area and press a small blade down. It will be cut open with a pull. I will get someone to make a separate groove and blade buckle for you. Li Yi took out his walkie-talkie and spoke briefly. The craftsman would be done quickly. There was no technical requirement. At the same time, he also asked the printing workshop to write on the newspaper. Many people would know how to use it. No one said anything. They were used to it. Seeing a problem and solving it was Li Yi's routine. The later Turks had a hard time. Write in the newspaper about how to live better in a cold winter area, especially one with a lake. Li Yi suddenly became concerned about the later Turks. In Lake Baikal, the temperature in winter was minus 30 degrees Celsius. Sometimes it would exceed 4 degrees Celsius. When the ice froze, it would be 1 meter thick. Did they know how to skate? What about sleds? Li Lang, what's the problem there? Princess Yongmu blinked her eyes. She thought that Li Yi was trying to trick them. The thinnest part of the ice layer in winter is more than 2 feet. The thickest part is 3 feet. The later Turks did not know how to weave nets. They did not have good materials. They could only use grass to weave nets. The grass net could not be worn under the ice. They had to use leather and sunken objects to make baskets. The water temperature under the ice was about 4 degrees Celsius. Fish would gather in places where there was light and air. They would use baskets to catch fish. In addition, the dug ice holes would freeze again. In one night, half a foot of ice would be formed. When the weather is even colder, it would be 1 foot. We have to help them think of a way to prevent the ice holes from freezing. It would be easier for them to catch fish. Li Yi was worried that the later Turks would not be used to the new way of life and would not be able to grasp many techniques. Is there a way? Dongzhu, we want to use it too. The villagers of Zhang family village looked at him anxiously. Yes, you can use rice straws, wheat straws, and sorghum straws. Tie them into bundles and place them in the ice holes. They will not freeze. If you want to raise fish in a pond, make some holes and place them there. The fish will not suffocate. If you build an ice rink on the river, you are afraid of cracks and bulges. Make a few holes like this to vent the air. At the same time, you can also destroy the stress structure of the ice surface. This is more convenient. Actually, you can also use iron hooks to make ice holes. If there is blood, it will attract more fish. Li Yi continued to make calls. They had already gone to Lake Baikal. It was difficult for them to survive. Actually, he did not want to kill the later Turks. Killing people was not his goal. He wanted to turn them into his own people and strengthen the Tang dynasty. Now that there were many races, they could integrate them together. He could help the later Turks to survive the difficult period at Lake Baikal. As long as the later Turks did not have the energy to cause trouble, the gap between the later Turks and the Tang dynasty would decrease by a lot every year. The later Turks recuperated there. After a few years, they felt that it was enough. When they wanted to attack the Tang dynasty again, they would find that the Tang dynasty had started to use new guns, bullets, and cannons. Can't you always run to the north of the Mo dynasty? Run, continue to run. Run to the Mediterranean Sea, and see if the people there will attack you. If you can't run to the English Channel, you can run to the Americas. You will find that the earth is round. I will send troops from here through the Pacific Ocean. The place you go is called the Atlantic Ocean. Now, you just need to stay here obediently. We will talk about the future later. Xiao He, are you really going to help the later Turks? Bai Gu did not understand. You think they are a threat, so you want to destroy them. In my eyes, they are just children who can't find their way home. If I want to kill them all, won't it be easier for me to go there myself? Li Yi handed the walkie-talkie to Tao Hong and shrugged. Chapter 1863. Everyone, including Li Longji, didn't know what to say for a while. That's right. This timid guy could fly, and he had a heavy machine gun. If he wanted to kill someone, he could fly over and kill them. Dr. Li, since you can kill the enemy's leader, why don't you kill him? I don't want to. I'm kind-hearted. Li Yi gave such a reason. Yes, Xiao Yi can't bear to see blood. Bai Gu proved. Brother Yi is the kind of person who doesn't hurt ants when sweeping the floor and cherishes moths. Li Longji also lied. Xiao Yi is good in every way, but she's soft-hearted. When Yu Huaid came, Xiao even knelt down to save him. This time it was Chi Dai Pearl's turn. When you said these words, did you ask the souls who died in his hands? Did they agree? Go east. There's a well that's quite deep. I've tested the water quality. It's good mineral water, not heavy water. Li Yi pointed ahead. It was still 15 or 16 miles away from their current position. The terrain there was higher than the surrounding area, and there were many rocks, so it was not convenient to draw water from other places. After drilling, they found that the water was cooler than other places, so they put a pressure well there. The terrain was higher, so the water was drawn to the village. The villagers usually drank this water and changed the bamboo tube every once in a while. The water did not go through the canal. Chi Dai Pearl wanted to say something, but seeing the team moving, he could only shut up and follow. The people of the Tang dynasty knew the situation. One person couldn't be a butcher who always ran to kill other people's leaders. After killing them, the army had to take over and take over. If the army didn't fight, the logistics wouldn't be useful. The entire Tang dynasty relied on one person to kill. What if all the weapons were exchanged with lifespan? The army had lost morale and was afraid of death. The people were used to having one person who could kill other people's leaders and no longer felt threatened. Wouldn't it be dangerous if the world was at peace? The Tang dynasty was the people of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty was the Tang dynasty's people. Li Yi could be killed, but it wouldn't be of much use to the country. Therefore, he should devise a strategy. He had said that as long as the men of the Tang dynasty were still alive, he would not use women for political marriages. Then, as long as the Tang dynasty's generals and soldiers were not all dead, it would not be his turn to fight in person. He had already taken the risk to go out to sea and bring back seeds from far away to help the following teams open up the sea route. He had done enough. He couldn't keep tormenting him. The group of people began to talk about the scenery and poems. The small robot that followed the team occasionally added a sentence. He was both envious and helpless. He was still young and had not started learning poetry from a young age. The group of prime ministers and assistants had a profound foundation. Don't look at how they usually didn't write about it. Under normal circumstances, Baigu would write a limerick and ask Li Yi questions, and Li Yi would reply in the same way. Other than the time when Li Yi was said to have copied countless poems, he rarely wrote poems. He felt that if he had the same ability, he would definitely write every day to let his people know how great his knowledge was. Sometimes he didn't understand. Fortunately, he had a wife. Princess Jincheng could tell him the origin of the poem and what it meant. Nu, why don't you always talk about it in Tubo? He was depressed when he realized that he couldn't even compare to his wife. Most of the poems are sung for the Central Plains. Every time I recall a famous line, I feel homesick. A lone goose cannot fly past 1,000 mountain streams. The sky is high, and the clouds are faint. The years are long. Princess, Jincheng replied, the pearl-bearing pill. Nu, I will study hard in the future. Every year or so, let's come again. I want to compete with Dr. Li in poetry. He decided that he could not continue to be humiliated. He felt that Li Yi was younger, and his poems were not good. Compared to the old men, he was easier to bully. Little did he know that Li Yi also had decades of experience, and the key was that he could even copy. Lang Jun, you can do it! Princess Jincheng encouraged him. He had to give others some hope, right? When he went back, he would tell his brother-in-law that during the poetry competition, he always felt that there was a possibility of surpassing him. Yes. He clenched his fist. The mineral water in the deep well was indeed cold. The people in charge of the well stood aside. Li Yi and the others drank the water. Take off your boots and let me see. Li Yi quenched his thirst and looked at the boots on the feet of the 4 villagers. Pressurized water guaranteed that water would splash out. Barefoot was not good. The skin was always in contact with water, and it would be soaked. The water penetrated the bones. The 4 people took off their boots. Li Yi did not mind the dirt. He put his hand in to feel and looked around the boots. Then he washed his hands with soap. The craftsmanship of the leather boots is good. 3 times in a row for rows of dense needles, and the use of rewinding needles. I asked the workshop to make a kind of boots with hollow wood soles and extra gum on the outside. Make a few more pairs and wash them once a day. Since you don't walk around, make them 2 sizes bigger and add cotton pads inside. When you take turns to rest, if your feet sweat, change the pads. Don't cover them with your feet. The fungus on your feet is not difficult to treat, but it takes time. After Li Yi finished his observation, he picked up the walkie-talkie and told the workshop to make new boots with wood or bamboo soles. The 4 villagers laughed. They covered their feet with their boots and sweated. The inside of the boots was still wet. The others continued to pressurize the well and drink water as if they did not hear anything. He was envious of Li Yi's speed and casual way of dealing with problems. He thought that if he had the same ability, the other people in Tubo would be surprised and shocked when they saw him. He selectively ignored the attitude of the other people in the Tang dynasty. They did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. He was used to it. Li Yi should be like this when dealing with small matters. If he did not have this ability, how could he say that whoever he asked to join the group must join? The relationship between power and ability was proportional. Otherwise, why would others love you so much? Do you think you are an exchange coupon? After sweating for a while, the digestion was successful. Everyone walked north and returned from another route. The next day, the newsboy came early to collect the newspapers and sold them until class time. The rest of the newspapers were thrown to the shops that provided newspaper services. Time to go to school. When the shops got the newspapers, they increased the price by 50 jiao. Buy it or not. Who asked you not to subscribe to newspapers? Also, when the children were selling, you did not buy them. After that, you bought them and increased the price. We chased the later Turks away. Jalanpo belongs to us now. Someone saw the contents of the newspaper and found an important news. Not all of them belong to us. There is also the Wusiga tribe. They belong to the Sherway tribe and have the same ancestor as the Khitans. The southern Khitans are called Sherway. The Wusugu Kun of Sherway in Jalanpo will be with them. However, they have fewer people, unlike the later Turks. They should have escaped, right? Otherwise, when the later Turks are dealt with, they should be targeted. Someone looked at the introduction and started to make his own judgment. Jalanpo needs to be caught in winter. The newspaper said that there are big and many fish. There are also small animals with good fur. However, we should try to catch them and breed them. Look to the side. 1,000 later Turks were captured. Later, they captured another 400. None of them died. The later Turks want to run to Shanghai. It is very cold there in winter. Do the soldiers of the Tang dynasty fight in winter? It is so cold. Why don't they take a break and go again in spring next year? Don't freeze. The people looked at the contents of the newspaper and started to discuss. Chapter 1864. The people discussed the contents of the newspaper. The first 4 pages only wrote about this matter, and the number of newspapers was increased. In winter, the local temperature drops sharply, the way to keep out the cold, the north wind, the northwest wind, and other winds that suddenly change direction. It is very important to prepare the stove. Some people stumbled as they read. They even looked at the pinyin. Fortunately, the contents of the newspaper were very easy to understand. When they turned to the literature section, it was not within the scope of the people's understanding. The newspaper wrote that to prevent the change of air pressure and wind direction, how to build a few stoves, how to build the outside chimney to guide the wind. In addition, using existing resources to quickly build a temporary kiln to make bricks, the characteristics of fireproof clay, and where to find it, the techniques of cutting pine trees, the precautions of using pine trees as fuel to make kilns. The surrounding plants were harvested and prepared in advance, the method of making simple fishing nets, the best weather and time of day for winter fishing, how to make poisonous rock salt into non-poisonous edible salt, the method of piling up haystacks to keep livestock warm, the method of using sunlight to start a fire when the lake freezes in winter, and the choice of making velvet grass. The newspaper listed the items one by one, teaching people in detail how to survive in the cold winter, especially by the lake. The people read with relish. They liked to read such articles with popular science content. Some students were eating breakfast in a restaurant. When they read the newspaper, they found that the situation seemed to be wrong. This newly occupied land, the Tangs must go. Why is it written in the newspaper? Are the Wusu tribe literate? Not only that, the people have lived in this place for a long time, going back and forth for years. Don't they know how to survive? Dear friend, please, according to what you say, which side do you intend to go to? Migration, to move the people outside the region to the lake to live in peace. I think so too. The 2 students talked. They were concerned about national affairs and considered the problem from different angles. Boxy rushed to the Li family Zhuangzi with the newspaper in his hand. He did not eat breakfast and hurried to the Li family Zhuangzi. He and Isinba took turns to stay in the Li family Zhuangzi. Each time they went, they had to take a bath and change their clothes. It was troublesome. The people outside were responsible for leading the members of the diplomatic mission to work and earn money. They also sent people to send messages to Tubo. When he saw the contents of the newspaper, he found that it was not about Ju Luanbois. It was clearly teaching the later Turks, who ran to the north, how to survive the cold winter. That place was part of the Mabe region. Normally, the later Turks were not willing to go there. Summer was fine, but in winter, the number of people and livestock that died far exceeded that of other places. In extreme weather, it was normal to lose a third of their members. Boxy could not understand. Why would Li'i help others when both sides were fighting? Is it because you are too capable and are afraid that the later Turks don't know? I admit that you're amazing. You actually understand the local situation of Little Hai. You're just short of teaching him personally. If you had helped the later Turkic Khaganate, would have been able to expand their influence and unite all the surrounding tribes. You're not. You're from the Tang dynasty. You have to think about the Tang dynasty. Don't be a good person. What's going on? You've broken my heart into pieces. Bo Xia hurried to Zhuangzi and was brought to take a bath. Even his teeth were brushed. It would be even better if he brushed his teeth gently so that his gums wouldn't bleed. The person he was looking for was Chi Dai Zhudan. After breakfast, he looked at the fur in front of him. It was the fur of an otter. Let's chase away the later Turkic Khaganate. The place we occupy is the same as the Wusaga tribe. The local lakes are rich in otters. Li'i gently stroked the fur. It was smooth and soft. The names of the two lakes in Huluanbir were named after the otter in the local language. The clothes made from the otter skin helped the locals withstand the cold winter. Li'i wanted to raise them. If he bought them, the local otters would be massacred. Killing without raising them would destroy the ecological balance. He still wanted the otter skin to make clothes. In the cold regions, it was either fur, cashmere, or down. The amount of cotton was not enough. He should use it to make other useful things. For example, cotton clothes and anti-scalding clothes for smelting. Is its meat tasty? Can it be compared to rabbits? Wu Jiu had never eaten otter before, but she had its fur. Fishy. It's more fishy than pigs, cows, and sheep. Let's see how to cook it. It's written in the medical books that I copied, including the liver. It needs to be processed when it's slaughtered. Li'i had eaten it before, including some things that were not allowed to be eaten by the country. It's not about whether it's tasty or not. Eating those things is eating identity and status. He has to treat people to a meal. What others like to eat, he will prepare it and eat it himself. Oh, thank you, Dr. Li. When Wu Jiu heard that it was medicine, she immediately lost interest. Who would take medicine for no reason? I think the newspaper will be sent out today. Xiao He, you helped the later Turkic Khaganate so much. Have you considered the soldiers who died in the hands of the later Turkic Khaganate? Will the later Turkic Khaganate be grateful to you? Yao Chong did not care about the otter skin and meat. He knew that the envoy of the later Turkic Khaganate was going to take the newspaper to find his people. One was to tell him that 1,400 people were captured alive, and the other was to ask Mayu Valley to analyze the attitude of the Tang dynasty. The purpose of the martyrs is to let the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. Their people will no longer be poor, not to kill many people. I don't want to force the later Turkic Khaganate to return the favor. As long as their population increases, it's best to regain control of 1 million people. The Tang dynasty will inevitably be affected by more wars. Even if you don't want to fight, others will attack you if you defend your place. Your people live a good life, have a lot of wealth and trade. Others are envious and will attack you. Your people don't live a good life and have no money. Others see that you are weak and will attack you. You close the country and don't communicate with others. Others will attack you for resources. Li'i explained the reality of the situation. People live to fight. In the family, they have the right to speak. In the business, they have money. In the work unit, they have to suppress others. No matter what, they will kill if they are anxious. You want to use them to fight outside? Can you control them? Song Jing thought that the later Turkic Khaganate always surrendered and then rebelled. He was worried. It's not them, it's us. We are a family. How can there be no tongue that doesn't touch teeth? Isn't that right? He looked like a kind old man. No one around believed him, including Chi Dai and Zhu Dan. You make it sound so nice. Then why did you start to mobilize resources from Hunan and force them to the north? Why didn't you use the fireworks you made as fireworks? Are they explosives for the sake of sound? When he fought, he hated that he couldn't destroy the enemy in one day. After defeating the enemy, he started to pretend. Chi Dai and Zhu Dan inexplicably shuddered. He was afraid of Li Yi. How did you lose the land of 9 bends? How many people in Tubo died fighting for the source of the Yellow River? If it weren't for your weapons and logistics, would I, Tubo, have let you fight to the point where the enemy is at the city gate? I signed the alliance under the city. You have bullied me to the point of my home. Xiao Yi, this child, is worthy of being a doctor. He has a benevolent heart. Noble consort, Lu praised Li Yi. Lu Ji smiled and nodded. Xiao Yi is like this. He would rather suffer losses than make others suffer. Every time I think of him, I feel sorry for him. What a good child. Why is there someone who can't stand him? Chapter 1865. Gang Ro, why do I feel that you have never placed the Turks and Tubo in your eyes? Ah, that Tubo is uncle and niece, so keep it in your heart. Zhang Jiling was anxious and said the wrong thing. He quickly followed up with another sentence. There was nothing much to say, as he was right. Aye. Li Yi raised his brows. We are always interacting and getting familiar with each other. He gave an irrelevant answer, as it was indeed hard for him to say. He was familiar with places, and some tribes had disappeared in the river of history. The end result was not bad. You used the word interact well. Bai Gu said in disdain. That's right. Oh, Bai knows me. Li didn't care. He changed the topic. With the large amount of cotton we have this year, I am prepared to make more beautiful tents and military coats. Military coats can be used as mattresses and blankets. Purely making blankets has few uses. We need convenience on the grassland, so there are limitations to the use of cotton quilts. Wind will leak when wrapped around the body. Are you going to give it to Jelunpo and our people? Su, you started to think about where to migrate. Wusu, Gu tribe, Shi tribe, Khitan, all of them. If the Turks run away, they will not only lose their territory. Li Yi said with a smile, as if they were chatting about daily life. The later Turks were already in a precarious situation after Matsu was killed. In history, the tribes that betrayed the Tang Empire didn't have a chance at all. Now that they had suffered consecutive defeats and shifted their strategy, the other tribes would hit them when they were down. Everyone would push the wall when it was there. Not to mention that the tribes there were all red and white. Just by using force to bully others, the other tribes would take the chance to take a bite out of them. The law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. Like a wolf pack, once the wolf king was defeated by other wolves, it could only run away. If not, it would be killed. Like dogs, many normal dogs would leave their owners when they realized that they couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't that they were sad, but many times the owners would kill the dogs for meat. Dogs also had the genes of wolves, and this continued. If a dog could die peacefully in front of its owner, it meant that the person treated the dog well. The kind of dogs that were raised in the courtyard in the countryside, when they were old, they would go out if they could. They were afraid that they would be eaten if they could not move. The successive strategic defeats of the later Turkic Khaganate had caused the tribes that had previously been intimidated by their martial prowess to be eyeing them covetously. Since the Tang dynasty was strong, it was a good opportunity to integrate them. He told them that the Tang dynasty had the ability to destroy them, and also told them that the Tang dynasty had the ability to bring them a better life. Regardless of whether it was a pack of wolves or a crowd of people, all the fights were for power and benefits. After getting used to this kind of contact, the next step was to integrate. With Brother E here, I am at ease. Oh, it's me who's at ease. Li Longji felt very comfortable. He even thought of asking Brother E not to come up with any ideas after he was done with the Turks. He wanted to train the officials. If you do all the work, what about everyone else? You need to train others. When others can't do it, you can ask and solve the problem. In addition, there are also iron brackets to set up their big tent. Their tents were made of wood or bones. The smaller tents were made of cow bones, horse bones, and camel bones, while the larger ones were made of wood. They don't have much metal. Needless to say, I can't give them copper. Iron is fine. They are all assembled in modules. As long as they are skilled, they can set up a big tent that can fit 30 people in half an hour. The advantage is that it can be assembled quickly and is sturdy. I will make triangular fasteners. The previous tents were made of felt, which can be fireproof. Now, the felt will be hung, and there will be a layer of cotton cloth inside to reduce the dust of the felt. The disadvantage is that they can't buy it themselves. It's expensive. Zhuangzi's electroplating technology is not good enough. I will use roasting technology. It's better to deal with rust. Li Yi wanted to give benefits. The people in his grassland area lived better than the people in the other grassland area. Not only did each family have off-road vehicles and money, but the tents were also different. The big tents were beautiful. When there was a snow disaster, the government immediately took action. They mainly provided fodder and cleaned the snow around the tents. On the other hand, the tents on the other side were small and pitiful. If they lacked grass, so be it. Counting on the government there? Dream on. The inner layer of the tents, whether it was felt or leather, was gray and big. 3 sets of cotton cloth. When the weather is good, put it outside to dry. Use a stick to beat it. Where there is water, wash it diligently. Washing cotton cloth was much easier than washing felt and leather. Leather was hard to clean, and if it was not handled well, it would be denitrified. Dr. Li, our army needs these things. Su Yi heard that there were good things, and he thought of himself first. Our tents will be open and inlaid with iron rings. We will use blended canvas. Below, we will add a chimney made of blue iron, a cast iron furnace, and enamel kettle. Li nodded to Su Yi. Don't worry. Our people will definitely use the best. As long as my Zhuangzi's technology is up to par, I guarantee that it will be used in the military first. Dr. Li, the tents you mentioned. Qi Dai Zhu, Dan quickly said. Don't wait to change the topic later. Tubo also used tents. They were made of felt, leather, and wood. Who would bear to use iron? I will give you 500 sets. We have a good relationship. Li Yi sincerely said to Qi Dai Zhu Dan, it's just tents. If you give them, talking about money will be far away. Qi Dai Zhu Dan was instantly moved. He had always misunderstood Li Yi. Li Yi was actually not a calculated person. Li Yi turned his head and said to Princess Jincheng, someone took a set of tents from our son-in-law and wants to reserve another set. If they look for you, you can tell them that we don't make money. We will sell them at cost price. Princess Jincheng was stunned at first. Then she smiled and nodded to show that she understood. She was not Qi Dai Zhu Dan. She grew up in the palace and knew too much about these things. Understood. 500 tents sounded like a lot, but it was not enough for the red-white palace. Qi Dai Zhu Dan was a Zhanpu. He had to set aside at least 100 sets. As for the others, they only brought 1 set when they went out. Didn't the other subordinates use it? Not to mention others. Even if they went out for a walk, would 50 tents be enough? The things were good, and those who were not qualified to enjoy the rewards could only buy them. The cost price, this cost, it depended on how it was calculated. Qi Dai Zhu Dan. He had improved his IQ and EQ through hard work. He turned his head and looked at Bai Gu. Bai Zaifu, do you collect taxes? Bai Gu stroked his beard. I don't accept gifts. The imperial family of the Tang dynasty should give you another 500 sets. The imperial family will pay for it. If others want to buy them, they will pay a 30% tax. However, 10% of the tax belongs to the Li family, Zhuangzi. The Ministry of Revenue will exempt it. Xiaoyi, is that okay? Old Bai, what do you want to eat for lunch? Li Yi was satisfied. Yes, I don't lack the tax money, but you have to give me an attitude. I will help you make money. It's going to rain. Do you still have tomatoes? How about tomato hot pot? Tomato beef brisket. Bai Gu felt that his teeth were good, so he challenged the beef brisket. Yes, Zhuangzi's ice cellar can preserve meat for a few days. Put in medium-sized potato cubes. Don't leave any seeds. Li Yi said and looked at Princess Yongmu. Do you want braised? Stewed is fine. Princess Yongmu's attitude towards Li Yi was also full of happiness. It doesn't matter if I eat or not, as long as you think of me. Chapter 1866. Jean-Pu. Bo Xie finally finished bathing and rushed over with a newspaper in his hand. When he arrived, he bowed first to the retired emperor, noble consort Li Longji, Empress Wang, and the others. The Prime Minister Fu and the other members of the regiment did not bow to him. They bowed to Li. The corner of Li Yi's mouth curled into a smile. This brat is bad. He never forgets to mess with the Tang dynasty and sow discord. He pulled Princess Yongmu back to find a place to eat fruits. Isn't this just playing tricks? Let's see if you still dare to do it next time. This group of people were all smart except for Qi Daizhu Dan. When the ministers saw that Li Yi was gone, they knew which attitude to use in an instant. Qi Daizhu Dan did not find anything wrong. He frowned. What's the hurry? Congratulations to the Tang dynasty for occupying Jilanpo. The newspaper wrote about how to live next to the lake in winter. We have a lot of them there. The one here is called Haizi and our place is called Quo, like the more distant Shanghai, the place where the Turks went. They read the newspaper and are afraid to follow. Burberry unfolded the paper with an effort and winked at him. It's written for them. There are other ways to deal with Jilanpo. Dr. Li has already thought about it. Qi Daizhu Dan knew the purpose of his people coming here. Bo Xie was not bad, but what a pity. He could not compete with Li Yi. The world was big, and there were all living things, but there was only one Li Yi. Jean-Pu, Bo Xie is talking nonsense about the Tang dynasty. Do you have any instructions? Bai Gu was the first to ask. Qi Daizhu Dan was dumbfounded. What's wrong? He shook his head slightly. Since there is no instructions, Bo Xie is also an envoy, but he is doing things outside of his job. He is recklessly speculating about the Tang dynasty's foreign strategy. He can be considered a spy. Song Jing's face was gloomy. He directly looked for trouble from the official level. When two countries are at war, the envoys are not killed. I ask that before the war is over, Bo Xie should not be in danger to avoid being harmed by scoundrels. Su Yi knew how to play even better. If you want to expose me, I'll protect you. We concur. The group of people said in unison. No, I will actually. Boxy was dumbfounded. You have thought things through thoroughly. Guards, escort Tubo's envoy to a safe place and prevent him from having any contact with the outside world. Only by protecting him can I be at ease. Li Longji spoke. A group of people came over and brought Bo Zhu away, taking good care of him. I'm looking for Zan-Pu. I wanna. Zan-Pu. Sigh. Bo Xie struggled for a bit before being dragged out. He felt helpless. The only fortunate thing was that he knew that he would not die and would only be under house arrest for a short period of time. Seeing his own people being framed and taken away, he learned a lot more. Isimba watched the entire process from the side. He was somewhat angry at Buqiu. Why did you have to play such petty tricks when you came over? Look, he knew everything. If I get locked up, I have to go out. Who will take care of Zampu? He looked at Nagli. Nagli nodded slightly and took over the heavy burden. Li Yi ran to another place with Princess Yongmu. If the two Juez envoys want to leave, I estimate that at least 4 of them will have to go out. The 4 of them have to walk so far. Will they be eaten by the wolves? Princess Yongmu was worried about the others. It's autumn. It's possible. All the animals in the north try to replenish their food in autumn. Even the wild geese that want to fly south have to eat their fill. Otherwise, they won't have enough strength to fly to the next supply point. They should continue to send people to increase the number of envoys. Doesn't Mayu Valley understand? Li'i was worried. He was afraid that the envoys sent by the Tujue would be eaten by the wolves. Horses could not outrun wolves. Whether it was explosive power or endurance, horses were inferior to wolves. Horses had to stop to rest and eat after a run, but wolves could persist for a long time. If humans wanted to use animals to deal with wolves, they could only use dogs, not pet dogs. If they used dogs to herd animals, when they felt that they might encounter a group of more than 10 wolves, they would need at least 20 shepherd dogs. They were the kind of shepherd dogs that would go home for meat for half a month. The rest of the time they would eat grass, drink water, and eat rabbits. Tibetan Mastiffs were useless dogs raised as pets. When a wolf faced 4 or 5 Tibetan Mastiffs raised as pets, it would target one of them. When that wolf was bitten to death, the other Tibetan Mastiffs would not dare to move. If it were the mountain guard dogs raised by Hufeng, 3 of them would fight against one wolf king. If the wolf king ran a little slower, it would be bitten to death by the mountain guard dogs and brought back to the master. Give them Malay. I will make a batch. Match it with a lighter to scare the wolves. Then give them good arrows and cookery knives. In order to let the Tujue people bring the newspaper back, Li'i thought of a way. The gunpowder formula for Malay was not black gunpowder. He was making yellow gunpowder. At this time, he realized how awesome his country's industrial system was. The only country in the world with a full industrial system. High precision was another matter. The entire industrial system was perfect, and they could build whatever they wanted. Others were working together, but his country had always been oppressed. There was no choice but to build everything himself. Every time there was a targeted sanction, after a period of suffering, this issue would come up. Once other countries were sanctioned, everything would be over. But when his country was sanctioned, that area would improve by leaps and bounds. Then his countrymen would develop a habit of competing with the combined technology of the world. Just like cooking, his soup would compete with Guangdong and Guangxi. Spicy food would compete with Sichuan. Barbecue would surpass the grasslands. Stew would be better than the Northeast. Seafood rice would surpass Sioux Causeway and Wui, and 9 Twist Intestine would kick Shandong into the mud. Then where are you? I am a country with a mid-tier diet. Very, very poor. My countrymen lived on tenaciously and had always been aiming for the first place in every project. Why not aim for the second place? Because the second place is me. Give them 4 grenades each. If they don't want to use them, they can go back and disassemble them for research. Li'i thought of his country's pride back then and suddenly felt more pity for the Turks. There was no such thing as killing Tatars on a full moon night or sowing discord. There was also no such thing as the red hero of the grasslands, Ulaanbaatar. The envoys of the Turks had indeed taken action. They had lost their territory, and many of their people were captured alive. Their own people had to go to further places. Their newspapers had explained it in detail, so they had to bring the newspapers back. They found the officials of the Honglu Temple and applied for a pass. Wait. Lu Tang of the Honglu Temple personally received them. He picked up the phone on the table and shook it, asking for a line. After receiving the Li family Zhuangzi, Tian Qingyuan of the Honglu Temple received it and immediately made arrangements. This matter was not only the Honglu Temple's problem, but also the Ministry of Revenue and Ministry of War. Tian Qingyuan asked for more spies and asked the 2 ministries how to deal with it. Should they issue a recommendation letter? When the news reached the offices of Baigu and Su Yi, the 2 of them were unable to make a decision and called Li's courtyard. In the end, they could not get through. There was no one. The 2 of them came out to the door and saw a small robot standing leisurely under the sunlight, charging with solar energy. Find your Dong Zhu, quickly. Su Yi urged. Okay, I've found him. My brothers and sisters are beside him. Guess what my Dong Zhu is doing? The small robot replied. Guess if I will smash you to death. Su Yi threatened the small robot. Okay, you win. Dongzhu, Su Zaifu is looking for you. He threatened to dismantle me. Remember to take revenge for me. The small robot passed on the message. Chapter 1867. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, 30 horses galloped on the road to the north. The 6 Turks opened their mouths slightly, and their eyes were filled with determination. Each of them had 5 horses, and the horses carried their own materials and food. They needed to pass through a small desert, the Mawawusu Desert, which was currently being treated. The desertification here was not serious yet. After digging a well, there would be an oasis and everyone would plant trees. After the Mawawusu Desert, the Kabuki Desert was next. The Kabuki Desert was huge, and it was on the south bank of the Yellow River. After this desert and the Yellow River, it was the Tang Desert. The Tang Desert was even bigger. At that place, they could change to camels, which could run faster than horses on the sand. On the horses, there were compressed biscuits, meat floss, large grains of salt, pills for simple diseases, medicinal powder, Malay, small sky monkey, bottles of alcohol, lighters, 7 or 8 pots, water bags, cookery knives, tactical knives. Each of them brought a copy of the newspaper and a letter written by Baigu to persuade the Turks to surrender. Li Yi wrote a letter to tell the Turks that he guaranteed that no one would be killed after they surrendered. He even arranged a place for them, and the original people were still sweating profusely. The 6 Turks needed to pass through the deserts and successfully find their own people. Actually, it was quite easy to find them. The telegram was sent out, and the army watching their people would guide them. Once they found the military forces of the Tang dynasty, they would find their home, and they could even provide them with supplies. If they could not, they could send them back. They walked along the road where there were villages, and the people were making ropes, using straw and wheat straw to make ropes. Straw was the most convenient. In winter, they would wrap it around the saplings to keep them warm. The Mawawusu Desert was small, and before it became a huge desert, they had to kill it in the cradle. Li Yi was also thinking of a solution for the Kabuki Desert. He could not think of one himself, but he had the experience of the country's desert management. Some deserts were managed so well that the locals asked them to leave a piece and not destroy it completely. They hoped that tourists would come to see the desert. The 6 Turks did not have the problem of Li Yi managing the desert in their minds. They only knew that Li Yi was good at strategizing. He drove their tribe further northwest, and it was said that he wanted to plant potatoes in their original place. Could it be that his tribe was delaying him from planting potatoes, so he took action? He had to hurry back and tell his people how to prevent people and livestock from freezing to death in winter. Li Yi's ability in this aspect was still trustworthy. If it was written in the newspaper for the people of the Tang dynasty to read, it would not be fake. Facing the current battle situation, the 6 of them were at a loss. When they lived in Chang, and no one beat them. Knowing that they were from the later Turks, they were treated equally when doing business. This included helping others find horses to earn money. The people who found them trusted them very much. The Li family Zhuangzi's new crops were harvested and sent to the Honglu Temple for everyone to taste. He didn't forget them. Potatoes were delicious, and it was said that they could produce more than 10 stones per mu. No wonder they had to find a place to plant them. In addition, roasted sweet potatoes were sweet. Stewed rice beans were fragrant, and string beans were suitable for stir-frying. The big pumpkin could be stored for a year, and it could be eaten at any time. However, the Li family Zhuangzi didn't give them any seeds. He only told them to eat it. The cornbread made from cornmeal was really fragrant, and the yield was also high. Will my Khan surrender? Where would they live after surrendering? Can the Turks surrender? Lu Youqiu wanted to ask Li Yi when they were having dinner. He was purely idle. Everyone was eating Li Yi's northeast stew from the farmer's family pot. There were braised pork ribs, potatoes, beans, corn, and a circle of cornmeal pancakes around the big iron pot. If it were braised pork, beans, potatoes, eggplant, chili, and tomatoes, it would be a messy stew. There was more soup in the messy stew than in the farmer's family pot, and the soup was rich. The farmer's family pot made salted fish pancakes, which were derived from Shandong cuisine. They stewed salted fish in the pot, surrounded by cornmeal pancakes. After breaking into Guangdong, there were some northeastern regions that didn't have salted fish, and they wanted to eat it, so they changed it. Li Yi picked up a green onion and dipped it in sauce on the plate. No, it's not easy to become the Khan. If I surrender, I'll lose my power. Exactly. Bai Gu poured himself a glass of white wine. He wanted to drink 2 taels. The dishes were not bad. In addition to the farmer's family pot, there was also a big harvest of pickled vegetables. The Li family Zhuangzi's greenhouse ensured that Zhuangzi could eat vegetables from all 4 seasons at any time. There were cucumbers, eggplants, and other vegetables every day. They were planted in the greenhouse and on the ground every month. Bai Gu picked up the wine cup and smelled it. The letter of surrender is to give them a chance. They can use it in the future. Compared to the Turks who took the initiative to surrender and were persuaded to surrender, they can save some face. They learned how to survive the winter. Even in summer, they like to live in houses and tents. It's stuffy in summer. When the conditions are ripe in the future, they will surrender and adapt. Bai Gu didn't need to ask Li Yi about this strategy. He understood, but he was helpless about the technical arrangements and the big strategic changes. 1,400 people, the same as the people who were captured in the previous war, arranged to live in the southwest region. Can the others buy them? Li Riji's eyes were a little uncomfortable. He learned from Li Yi that he choked on the green onion. A portion of the 5,000 elites who went to attack the Shi tribe died. The rest were captured and sent over from the other side. The Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of taking over and throwing them into the southwest region. They didn't have any weapons and worked with the southwest barbarians every day, burning and grinding cement. Both sides looked down on each other. The Turks thought that the southwest barbarians were barbaric and had no fighting power. Did they know how to ride and shoot? The southwest barbarians thought that the later people didn't even know how to write in the Tang dynasty and were clumsy. They could only eat from the big pot and didn't know how to cook. The captured Turks formed a team of 100 people. If something happened to one person, the whole team would be killed and punished. There were another 1,400 people. Some of them wanted to raise 8 or 10 people. It was a labor force. She asked Li Riji to help her find out if it was okay. Li Riji would help her ask if it was okay. I'm not selling. They can't take good care of it. I guarantee that they will use restrictive tools and delay the work. Li Yi refused. He would give him something in exchange for the captives, as well as the replacement horses. The families of the soldiers had to live. Many of the Shi tribe's people died, so he would get compensation. Those who died for the Tang dynasty had to be buried in the Tang dynasty's cemetery of martyrs. Now, there were only tombstones of the winged knights and other martyrs in the north of the imperial city. When the expansion was completed, there would be many tombstones. While being respected, they would also help treat some mental illnesses. For example, they often had nightmares and didn't sleep well. They would be brought to the cemetery of martyrs for a night while taking medicine. If the people in the past felt fear, it meant that they didn't have the heart to support the Tang dynasty. Write down the names of the people who want to buy the captives. Li Longji ordered. What if someone wanted to buy death warriors? They always told the captives how bad the Tang dynasty was and that they would be used to kill people. Li Riji took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Gao Lisher. He was prepared. When the other party found him, they should have known the pressure and problems he had to face. Who dared to hide the truth from the emperor? Chapter 1868. In Shaolan's Zhuangzi, the little girl was treating everyone to a meal. She was eating the same thing as the farmer's pot. She even invited her friends and adults to try the new crop. The village's income was high, and they had their own livestock. The Japanese Empire compensated them with money. Qin, Er's family had two big livestock, one male and one female. The male had a heavy responsibility and needed to work for the cows of other neighbors. Raising a cow was better than raising a donkey. The donkey would occasionally lose its temper, while the cow was docile. Children wanted to ride the cow, but they couldn't climb up. The cow would lie down on its own. When the cow was old and couldn't work anymore, she would take the Li family zhuangzi to get a sum of money to buy a calf and raise it herself. There were also donkeys and mules that were used to pull mills and carts. The people raised their own pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese. They didn't raise rabbits and couldn't take care of them all. They found someone to take turns raising ducks and geese. When they came back at night, they would go back to their homes and look for eggs. There was no supervision. The eggs belonged to whoever owned them. The chicken had to be given enough bone powder. Otherwise, the chicken would eat its own eggs or those of other chickens. It would eat the eggshell to replenish calcium. There were no outsiders during the meal. The little girl would stay for the night and continue to lead the team to work in the fields tomorrow. The adults picked vegetables to eat. The children fished out the spines and gnawed on them with their small hands. They couldn't gnaw on them. There was still meat left on the bones. They put it aside and soaked it in water. They would continue to stew it tomorrow morning. They put in some vegetable leaves and tofu. The adults took it out and gnawed on it. They took the bones apart and ate the joints. Eat vegetables. The bones are worthless. Beans, potatoes, and corn are exotic species. You can't buy them even if you buy them. The little girl was anxious. Why did her partners become stupid? You don't usually eat meat? You always go to the Li family zhuangzi. When was there a shortage of meat? Bones are delicious. Qin put down a bone and wiped her hands. She reached out her chopsticks to pick up rice beans. She loved to eat beans. I'll eat the big bones tomorrow morning. I'll tell you. The little girl stretched out her hands like an adult. Guazi handed over the walkie-talkie. He didn't eat. He would wait for the little girl to finish eating and rest. No one could break through the defense line he set up. Even the airborne would do. The little guy took the walkie-talkie and began to hesitate. Who should he talk to? After some thought, he dialed the number. On the other end, Li Yi's walkie-talkie rang. Brother-in-law, they love to eat bones. Tomorrow morning they will eat big bones. The little guy directly addressed his brother-in-law. Sure, I'll arrange the candidates first. Those with more bones and meat, soak them in water. When it's midnight, add a little salt. Before sending it tomorrow, cut open the bone and heat it up in a steamer. You can eat the bone marrow. Also, check the thickness of the bone broth. No, you should kick it together with the pig. Freeze it and send it over together. Dip it in garlic sauce and eat it. Li replied. His brother-in-law had made a request, so he had to fulfill it. He wanted to get along well with the people. Thank you, brother-in-law. The little guy was happy. Why are we being so polite? Li Yi's voice carried a smile. The little fellow handed the walkie-talkie back. My brother-in-law has arranged it. Hurry up and eat. The potatoes dipped in garlic sauce are delicious. Everyone knew who his brother-in-law was. His brother-in-law's status was so high that he could only call him brother-in-law and not doctorly. If he dared to call him doctorly, he would be taken back and beaten up. Li Longji and Empress Wang would be mixed in the doubles. You call Li Yi as a subject, yet you still want to be the crown prince? After the children finished eating the bones in their hands, they took the food and waited for tomorrow's big bones. If they didn't eat when others invited them to eat, they would owe them a favor. It wasn't like their family couldn't afford it. Li family zhuangzi gave it to them. It wasn't a favor. It was family. The adults began to eat the bones. They roughly gnawed and threw a lot of meat into the basin. They didn't drink, afraid that they would get drunk and have problems. They knew how their children would go in the future. They would follow Li family zhuangzi. Thinking so, they felt that the bones were extra fragrant. Guan Yujin, Zhang Jiajin, and the others also tasted good. They ate lamb spine stewed with pickled vegetables. There was less pickled vegetables and more bones. The rest of the good meat was given to the scouts who came back one after another. After eating, they didn't have to go back to send information. Lamb spine was like lamb scorpion. There were few pigs in the area, so it wasn't easy to raise them. It was all grass. It was normal for sheep to eat grass. Pigs could eat some grass for every meal. They were even more pitiful than wild boars. Pigs wouldn't grow fat if they were fed like that. If they weren't fed bricks, pigs wouldn't be able to stand up after a long time. The strategic goal is completed. The next part is to prepare to plow the land. Before winter comes, plow deeply. In winter, put the farm manure. When it snows, we'll plow lightly in spring. We need to build seedling greenhouses here to accelerate the germination of the crops. Detailed planting instructions will be sent later. Guan Yujin also gnawed on the bones. The rest was soaked and stewed with pickled vegetables tomorrow. The bones and pickled vegetables were put into the pot at the same time. They cooked until the bones were crisp. After people finished eating, there was no meat left on the bones. They were thrown to the dogs. The dogs slowly gnawed, ground their teeth, and ate. If the bones weren't cooked, the dogs would easily hurt their mouths and get minor diseases. Li Yi shivered when he saw this disease. If the dogs were treated immediately after being injured, there was still a possibility of them getting minor diseases. If they were treated for minor diseases, the chances of survival were too low. There were a lot of ways to treat them. However, when they saw how the rescue dogs were injured during the rescue and how they died, they understood how difficult it was to treat them. If the rescue dogs couldn't be saved, was it because they couldn't bear to use medicine? How much was medicine? How much was a dog worth? Therefore, the newspaper wrote that if a dog was fed bones, it would either be raw bones or crisp bones. These two types of dogs could adapt by themselves. The only problem was whether the bones were hard or soft. The dogs couldn't control their strength. The heavenly soldiers and the Henji army raised many dogs to find wells, track, catch prey, and chase away wolves. They were given bones to eat. Some prey were not handled. They were skinned and given to the dogs. The dogs ate blood. Now there was dog food. The Li family Zhuangzi specially made dog food as a reward for the dogs. Especially when they were out on missions, they brought along a big bag of dog food. If they were hungry, they could eat it. However, the taste wasn't very good. Send a report to the Li Dongzhu and ask for more dog food. The dogs are in charge of cleaning up the surroundings when others are working. Zhang Jun thought about the dogs. Now, there weren't many Shi and Khitans who raised dogs. This included the Turks, Sherway, and other tribes. Later, the Manchus raised a large number of eagles and dogs for war. Therefore, they didn't eat dog meat. Okay, we will build a big ice cellar this winter. Now that there are many returning soldiers, dig it out while the ground isn't hard. It's best to burn bricks and find a place without underground water to build a fixed cellar. It will be used to store cabbages, onions, garlic, potatoes, and other things in the future. Dongzhu said that the purpose of the ice cellar is to store rabies vaccine. Dongzhu is making it and needs to control the temperature. Guan Yujin's tasks, including the antivenom, all required a certain level of storage environment. Even tetanus shots. When injured in battle, 2 shots in exchange for a life was relatively cheap. When fighting in battle, the tip of the arrow would be stained with dirty water, feces, and the edge of the blade. Everyone knew the mortality rate of the injured. With alcohol debridement and tetanus shots, this method was useless. As long as you don't get fresh poison arrow tree juice, everything else was easy. Chapter 1869. Clouds suddenly gathered in the blue sky and turned gloomy. Then, a light drizzle fell and turned into tiny snowflakes that couldn't be held in the palm of one's hand. The first day of the 9th lunar month. The 6th day of the 10th lunar month. The autumn equinox had long passed, and the cold dew would arrive in 2 days. In Zheng County, the administrative center of Huazhou, there were only a few people wearing straw raincoats and bamboo hats hurrying on the streets. A team of 3,000 people was marching in the rain and snow. The hooves of the horses fell on the road, making crisp and dull sounds. People were standing in the shops on both sides of the road and watching. The people looked at the team, and the 1,000 people in the team kept looking around. Gao Xiang, do you really know how to fly with a hang glider? Your name is too good. Taijelu wiped the water off his face and talked to the winged knights. His team of 1,000 people was trapped by the fire attack, and all of them surrendered. They passed by Zheng County on their way back. The rain and snow did not matter to them. The people of the Telenine families and the winged knights did not care. However, the southwest barbarians frowned. It was cold, especially uncomfortable. Fortunately, they had lived in Chang, and for a few years, so they could endure it. The other southwest barbarians and the people of the Telenine families had returned early, and they were the last batch. The later Turks ran further north, and their mission was over. They went home to continue their studies and work. The 1,000 captured later Turks elites were no longer tied up, but they consciously did not hold the reins, indicating that they were not running, and they could even take off the reins. The winged knights and the people of the Telenine families did not care if you held the reins or not. They were the same kind of people on horseback, and they could not ride without reins. How did they catch the wild horses? Throwing away the rope was not a good man. Directly riding the horse, and after a little bit of time, jumping on the horse and landing on the back of the wild horse, taming the horse without any tools. This was the normal way to do it. Throwing ropes, as well as the lassoing rod that Li Dongzhu invented, were getting worse and worse with each generation. However, the lassoing rod was more useful and saved arrows. When a group of people surrounded a wolf, the lassoing rod was indeed convenient. As for the lassoing of horses, the lassoing rod was embarrassing. The less skilled ones could throw ropes, which could be used to pull down the enemy's buckler during a battle. The horse pole was not sturdy enough, and it needed to be pulled at a close distance. 20 to 30 steps away. Was the pole that long? Gao Xiang, why aren't you saying anything? Taijelu wiped the water off his face again. This kind of rain isn't good. It's considered freezing rain. It's difficult for the people to farm. I hope it doesn't get too heavy. Otherwise, a layer of ice will form on the tents. I'm afraid they'll collapse. As a member of the Winged Knights, Gao Xiang considered the problem from a different perspective. He didn't care if he got wet, but he was worried about the people. Once the disaster struck, the people's lives would immediately become difficult. The translucency of the cloth in the greenhouse was not good. The wind, rain, snow, and sun would cause the cloth to rot quickly. If it weren't for the fact that the price of the vegetables in the greenhouses was still acceptable, they would have lost money if they used such greenhouses to grow them. What does their poor life have to do with you? Taijelu thought that Gao Xiang was too sentimental. I'm the Winged Knights. How can I have nothing to do with the disaster relief? The common people suffered, but the army bore the burden. The Winged Knights set an example. If it's too far away, we won't be able to make it in time. Let's use the local government's power first. Huazhou is closer to us. Gao Xiang observed as he spoke. If there was a need, he would tie up 1,000 captives and lead everyone to disaster relief. I've seen the shops around. They're all rich people. If you help them, will they give you money? Will they listen to you in some matters in the future? Taijelu's ideology was different from that of the Winged Knights. They only cared about their own small tribe. They would only help if other tribes gave them benefits. The benefits didn't have to be material. It could also be asking for help to prove that they couldn't do it and needed help. Some of them pay taxes, some pay rent. The imperial court took the things and didn't care about their lives. Li Dongzhu said that other people pay rent and taxes and wait for their houses to collapse. If you take the taxes and food, you have to build a good house for them. If you say that this is insurance and there's no need to pay additional commercial insurance, wouldn't the imperial court be playing hooligan? The money that we, the Winged Knights, take is actually part of the common people's rent and taxes. Don't think that His Majesty gave it to us directly. His Majesty is the emperor of the Tang dynasty, not the emperor of the winged knights. Gao Xiang tried his best to explain, hoping that the other party could understand. The imperial court had subsidies. Once a disaster struck, they would liquidate their positions and reduce the common people's rent and taxes. If there are lazy people whose homes are destroyed and you help them, wouldn't you be contributing to this situation? Taijelu was quite knowledgeable. He found a possibility that was guaranteed to exist. Helping the majority of the kind-hearted people and a small number of such people won't affect the overall situation. Our goal is to help the people who are affected by the disaster, not to keep an eye on a few people who take advantage of the imperial court. The goal is achieved immediately. Don't put the cart before the horse. There will be other departments to take care of individual situations. Gao Xiang used to think that Taijelu was quite smart, but now he despised him. He was too stupid. Oh, so that's how the Tang dynasty is now. Taijelu got the information he needed. He was not stupid. I'll let you go. I'll send a report first and ask Dongzhu. Gao Xiang did not care. You can understand if you want. When I reach Chang and learn something, can you still say this? Taijelu did not hide his purpose. Learn. I don't even understand it. You can learn it. It's a huge system. Even the ministers are learning it. Gao Xiang despised him. You're still thinking about what to learn. Go ahead and learn. That knowledge is as ethereal as smoke and as vast as the sea. If you can learn all the skills of Dongzhu, you won't be where you are now. Why didn't you become the Khan? Dongzhu is the kind of person who I don't want to be the emperor. I find it tiring and troublesome. I still have to cook braised pork with soy sauce with my wife. I'm too busy today. If it's you, can you do it? Do you know how to cook braised pork with soy sauce? The kind that doesn't taste too fishy or greasy. Taijelu thought carefully and laughed. You think you can't be compared to Li Yi, so you are afraid of him? Don't try to provoke me. I really can't do it, but I'm mainly afraid that he will bring me out to play. All right, we'll go back soon. I'll let Dongzhu bring you out to play. Gao Xiang was one of the first 3,000 winged knights. When they came out, they could all be commanders. That period of time was both a fortune and a suffering. It left a psychological shadow. The Tang dynasty is well prepared. Taijelu was smart. He did not want to fall into the trap. He looked at the situation on both sides of the street and found something wrong. The freezing rain was getting heavier. Everyone lifted the stone slabs on the underground canal and started to pile sandbags at the entrance. The underground canal became an open canal. The water could not flood through. The things on the first floor started to be moved to the third floor. This showed that the people were experienced. It was flooded before. The officials of the entire prefecture were arrested. The officials of the counties were all dealt with except for the officials of Zheng County. Dongzhu impeached them personally. Gao Xiang explained. The water level was not high now. The people who had been affected by the disaster would not care. Anyway, they had to move the things first. What if the water level rose? After suffering once, they would not fall in the same place again. How's Li Yi doing in administration? Taijelu took the opportunity to ask. At that time, it was Dongzhu who came to Huazhou. He impeached the officials and arrested them. He was in charge of administration. What you see now is the result of his handling of administration. It's a waste of talent. Gao Xiang shook his head and said something that made Taijelu feel conflicted. Chapter 1870. The precipitation is not good. Where did the cold air flow come from? The air pressure is also low. Let's go and see Mr. Mu. In Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi knew that 1,000 captives would arrive tomorrow, but he was considering the situation of the elderly. Many times, sudden illnesses were affected by the environment. Hot weather, cold weather, low air pressure, high humidity, low oxygen content, high sulfur dioxide concentration in the air in addition. There were also factors related to diet. If one ate too much at night, the body would have problems adjusting during sleep. Coupled with the change of the magnetic field, There were many people who died in the middle of the night. There were also people who died in Li family Zhuangzi. Those who were old had too many old diseases. Li Yi couldn't nurse them back to health, no matter how hard he tried. Fortunately, there were only a few of them. The others could take their time to recuperate. In addition, he was in a good mood and always checked. Li Yi felt that they could live for a few more years. When he found Li Dan was sitting next to the floor-to-ceiling window, reading an economics book. There was a teapot next to him. There was no oxygen bag, which meant that he was in good health. Xiao Yi and Wen Tian are here. Li Dan put down the book and poured tea for himself. He washed the cup first. Li Yi put on the blood pressure monitor for Li Dan. He put the stethoscope inside and tested 3 times in a row. You are healthy. It's all because of Xiao Yi's ability. Do you think the cabinet shop of the imperial government is doing well now? Li Dan was reading an economics book and happened to see a section on finance. He thought of the exchange coupons and public funds, plus the loan provided by the Li family Zhuangzi to buy goods. He was thinking about the cabinet shop of the private camp. The so-called private camp was backed by the family, the imperial family, the officials, and the people in the palace. The cabinet shop of the imperial government could be responsible for mortgaging, leasing, sending things, mortgaging real estate, valuables, and lending money. With the appearance of the exchange coupons, the common people didn't use copper coins, silk, or gold as currency. They directly sent things to the Li family Zhuangzi to exchange for paper money. The business of sending things out lost its function. If they didn't leave things with you, they would pay you. They would take the exchange coupons with them. The interest of the public funds dropped. In the beginning, the interest was 10% per month, and the interest was collected monthly. If he borrowed $40,000, the monthly interest would be $4,000. After a month, he would have to pay back $4,000. This amount of money would then be used as the principal to continue lending. Some places even required one to pay 7,333 qian per month with interest. Even if the principal was repaid, the interest would still be based on the total principal. The merchants were exploited just like that. There were also the rich families in the area who had to borrow money. As the imperial court had more money, there was no need for public funds. The salaries of the officials were directly paid by the Ministry of Revenue. Li Yi insisted on the existence of the public debt. The monthly interest was cancelled, and the interest would be calculated on a yearly basis. The principal and interest would be repaid in December. The annual interest is 12% or 12%. By borrowing money to buy cows, they didn't need to fork out money every month to repay the debt. The people benefited from this. For example, if the money earned in 6 months was repaid in advance, the interest would be calculated daily. Business loans were different. Interest was settled on a monthly basis, and the capital turnover cycle was short. The interest rate on public funds was low, and the counter workshop was suffering. They tried to think of a way, such as the person behind the scenes, to ban the low interest rate on public money, but obviously it didn't work. They also considered joining forces and borrowing the public funds so that they could lend money themselves. If they borrowed from the public funds, the large amount of money would be checked and approved through various means, such as sending merchants to borrow money. The public funds were not fixed, and the capital pool could be big or small. The imperial court could take out 10 million taels to lend. Would they lend it? If they dared to borrow 10 million taels, the Li family Zhuangzi would lend another 10 million taels. Would they still lend it? Borrowing money required collateral. The collateral's value would be less than 50%. Something worth 100 taels could be lent at most 50 taels. You couldn't have something worth 40 million taels, right? If that was the case, the Li family Zhuangzi would continue to provide funds. When you get your interest back, the excess core will be eliminated. Li Dan knew about this. He read books and felt that he had a better idea. Li Yi didn't have anything to hide. He nodded and then shook his head. The impact is there, but the interest counter workshop will still make money. The better the price control, the more stable the economy and the more developed the finance. Under normal circumstances, who would lend money? Li Dan was quite regretful. It turned out that the impact couldn't kill people. When the society is stable, commercial loans will increase and non-commercial loans will decrease. The people have money and food in their hands, and they will no longer borrow money to buy food. This is a non-commercial loan. The people want to build greenhouses, but they don't have money, so they borrow money to build greenhouses. This is a commercial loan. The less non-commercial loans, the more solid the country's economic foundation is. The more commercial loans, the more prosperous the country's economic development is. At the same time, the risks are increased. At present, the current financial industry doesn't directly participate in risky commercial investments. It only provides simple social financial basic services. Li didn't take a fancy to the current counter workshop. The products were limited, the scale was small, and the connection with other places was poor. He didn't stop it because it was necessary for social development. He didn't participate because the Tang dynasty's economic development hadn't reached that stage yet. Xiaoyi, I have an idea. Li Dan listened and wanted to show off his ability. Sir, please. Li pulled Princess Yongmu to sit down. You talk, I'm listening. The people's wealth is increasing day by day. The business is prosperous, but the business is lacking money. The public funds take the people's money and lend it to the businessmen to profit. The construction of the railway needs money. We can discuss with the people and put the money in the public funds to build the road. When the railway makes a profit, dividends will be given. In addition, the court's infrastructure construction bid should put the deposit in the public funds. If the bid continues, the public funds will go in and out. The extra money can be used to lend money. Although the profit is small, it's like a trickle. It's better than leaving it idle. What do you think? Li Dan figured it out by himself. He was too amazing. Which emperor in the past had this ability? If you don't believe me, look at Xiaoyi. He's stunned, right? Even he was frightened. Li Yi's mouth was slightly open. He looked at the book Li Dan was reading and then looked at Li Dan. This book, why didn't you finish reading it? You read a little in the front, so you took out a little in the back? Otherwise, you wouldn't finish reading it and deliberately take the credit, right? Xiaoyi, drink tea. Li Dan was waiting. Hurry up and praise me. Don't just stand there. I know my idea is good. You're also good in other aspects. You're still young. Some things are not comprehensive enough. You can still improve in the future. Oh, Li took a sip of tea. Elder Mu's words are really good and enlightening. This book. I have another one. Let's exchange. Li reached out to take the book Li Dan was reading. He couldn't ask him to continue reading. Otherwise, he would realize that his idea was too shallow. Health was more important. No. I want to read more. Maybe after reading it once, I'll come up with a new idea. Li Dan reached out and grabbed the book. He was hoping that this book would give him more ideas. Good. Elder Mu, look at this tea. Green tea is mostly fermented tea. It seems that this tea was discovered by me. In fact, it's not. People in other places might have also made it. They just drank it in their own homes and never showed it to others. Therefore, anyone who makes green tea should not belittle themselves because they see someone else make green tea in advance. The idea is the most important. Even if you find out that there are green tea in Chang, and the green tea you made is still precious. Li hesitated for a moment and talked about the tea. Others thought of it, but he also thought of it before he saw it. He couldn't say that he was stupid, right? Chapter 1871. Li Dan didn't understand it immediately, but she agreed with Li Yi's words. She was in a good mood. Xiaoyi was a studious child. She wanted to perfect her good ideas. She was like making tea, not fighting for the credit. She was old and looked down on many things. Young people needed opportunities. Both sides chatted happily. Li observed Li Dan's complexion and her tone when she spoke. They were all good. He was relieved and left with Princess Yongmu. Li Lang, did grandfather's idea not good? Princess Yongmu asked in a low voice. It was Elder Mu. Li Yi corrected her first, then said, "It's written in the back of the book. There are 3 more books after the first book, and it's getting deeper and deeper." Princess Yongmu pursed her lips and smiled. If Elder Mu read the back, he has oxygen in his oxygen bag, right? I didn't see it. I don't think so. He's been through countless storms. Besides, the book was written by me. At most, he would laugh after reading it. He would say that Xiao Yi is a sensible child. Li Yi shook his head. Li Dan's life was full of ups and downs. How successful would it be if we followed the book's arrangement? Princess Yongmu pressed herself against Li Yi's body. It was raining and snowing outside. They walked along the corridor. The telephone wires were arranged along the corridor to prevent them from forming spider webs. At the same time, it was to prevent the wind from blowing and icicles from forming in winter. Like the telephone poles all the way to Haizhou, the telephone wires were not hung separately. They were connected by a thicker iron wire. The telephone wires were tied to the iron wire. The iron wire was painted. The telephone wires were wrapped in paper, glue, and paint. A total of 8 telephone wires were bundled together. Each station had a branch line and extension. There was also a manual telephone exchange and transfer room in Luoyang. Li Yi looked up at the telephone wires. It will be chaotic. The finance is too advanced. Someone will profit from it. We'll consider it again after the law is completed. It can be fixed by the end of the year, right? It won't be easy to fix without an example. What we're using now is the content you gave us. Princess Yongmu knew about the law. If there was a problem, the law would be changed. The later dynasty would definitely use the laws of the previous dynasty first, and then revise them. In the process of revision, the laws of the previous dynasty would be used if they were compatible and discarded if they were incompatible. Every time there was a revision, there would inevitably be problems that needed to be resolved through discussion and discussion. However, Li Lang had directly taken out and added it to the list of crimes that had yet to be committed. It could be assumed that many people simply did not understand the use of a large number of new laws. Only when they came into contact with them in the future would they understand. "Dong Zhu, call. Our people have been caught again." A small robot ran over. When it said that it was caught, it was sure that it was its companion who was basking in the sun outside the political affairs hall. Usually, he was afraid that he would not be able to find someone if there was an emergency, so he would arrange for someone to be there alone. He was probably hiding from the rain now. When he entered the political affairs hall and couldn't find anyone on the phone, he would look for it. "Xiao Yi, foreign merchants have arrived in Haizhou. There are 2 ships with 11 people on each ship. I can't estimate their displacement." Bai Gu's voice came from the robot. "Okay, got it." Li Yi lowered his eyelids and looked down at the ground. "Let's talk about it during lunch." Bai Gu asked again. He had to give Li Yi time to analyze and make a decision. "I'm going to the political affairs hall now." Li Yi didn't need to think about it thoroughly. He could discuss it when he got there. A group of ministers, which one of them was free. "Okay, we'll wait for you." Bai Gu replied, "I'll go to Wen Tianlan Pavilion to look at the goods." Princess Yongmu knew that she shouldn't go to the political affairs hall. Stay at home. It's raining. Everyone wears a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. It's easy to hide their identity. Read some books or watch some cartoons. Li Yi disagreed. The probability of encountering danger outside would increase. "I'll go help with the cotton. Wear a mask and step on it." Princess Yongmu didn't want to read books now. She lacked oxygen and didn't need brain power to work. "Okay, pay attention to fire prevention." Li Yi agreed this time. In the cotton processing workshop, the static electricity had to be eliminated, let alone the fire. At the same time, the houses were small in size to prevent dust from reaching the density of explosion. "I know. I'll change my clothes and jewelry." Princess Yongmu finished speaking and left with the little robot. She was accompanied by her own attendants. The palace maids and eunuchs of Tao Hong's group stood beside Li Yi. They wanted to go together and take notes. Li Yi walked around the corridor, trying to choose the shortest route. The corridor was like a maze, causing him to exchange for surveillance cameras again. The officials he met along the way greeted him one after another. Li Yi didn't neglect anyone and returned their greetings one by one. When he arrived at the political affairs hall, a group of people from the group was also there, including Wei Jigu. Xiao Yi knows that the weather is bad, so she brought things to check the situation for us. Bai Gu saw the blood pressure machine and stethoscope and thought that Li Yi had specially brought them. Don't misunderstand. I just went to Elder Mu's place to take a look. When I was on my way back, the little robot came over. Li Yi said as he opened the things. Since he was already here, he might as well test it. What's the shape of the ship? What goods did you bring? Did you send back the clothes and weapons you brought back in detail? Li Yi asked as he checked. The goods brought by people from the same place might not be local. They might come out from their hometown, sell their goods in another place, and then continue to the Tang dynasty. Even the Kunlun slaves could be brought over. Kunlun slaves was a general term that included black and brown people. If Li Yi went over to take a look, he would definitely be able to determine the specific situation of the other party. The people of Haizhou are not from Guangzhou. This is the first time they came in contact. They only know that a lot of ivory was brought over, but they don't know what elephants are. There are also a lot of pearls. The people who brought them over said that they are Arabians. Other than these goods, there are also hemp ropes made of jute, knives made of seashells, and utensils for eating. When Song Jing's blood pressure was measured, she told him what she knew. Shells? Pearls? Ivory? Arabian? Jute? What Arabian? It's clearly a small tribe that avoided the big merchants and came here to make a living. Map. Li Yi continued to listen after he finished speaking. He was serious, as if he was treating a patient. He had encountered similar situations in the past. The doctor used a stethoscope to press on the patient's body while talking to the patient. After he finished, the patient asked, "Finished listening?" The doctor nodded, "Finished." The patient gave the doctor a big slap, and the doctor was stunned. The reason was that the doctor didn't even put the earplugs in his ears. The earplugs were hanging around his neck, so he finished listening. At that time, it was not the later period. When guns from the northeast, Yunnan, Inner Mongolia, Guangdong, and other regions could be sold on the street, there was no such thing as hitting people was wrong. In the later period, you could sue people if they made a mistake, but hitting people was definitely against the law. These were two different matters, and they were two separate matters. Li Yi was not afraid of being beaten. He borrowed Song Jing's courage, but he had to live up to his professionalism. The quality of your diet and sleep decreased in autumn? Come, take your pulse. Li Yi put down his things and took out a pulse pillow. The others stopped talking and looked at Song Jing worriedly. What's wrong? He came here to just go through the procedures, and now he's taking their pulse? Song Jing was nervous. He didn't take the pulse of the other three before. What did you eat in the morning? Did you vomit? Didn't you find an imperial physician? Does your throat hurt? Li Yi began to ask. There were leftover sausages at home last night. I felt that it was a waste to throw them away, so I ate them in the morning. I ate garlic, half a head of garlic. I vomited. When I was still in the bathroom, I did it. My throat doesn't hurt. Before I vomited, I drank a lot of water to dilute the acid in my stomach. I know. Now I just have a slight fever and don't want to eat anything. Before I could find an imperial physician, I received a call from Haizhou. Song Jing instantly became a primary school student. He answered obediently as if he was facing a teacher, not daring to hide anything. Chapter 1872. Later, when you feel like it, you can collect some and I will bring it back for testing. Continue to drink water, don't drink tea. Li Yi looked at Song Jing's current state. He was not anxious and did not have a fever. His blood pressure was high, his heart rate was fast, and it was not very regular. After checking his pulse, he found that there was a problem with his gastrointestinal tract. The next step was to check his bowel. It could be because of the air pressure or because he ate too much garlic. Of course, the most likely possibility was that there was too much bacteria in the sausage. Xiaoyi, is it easy to treat? Song Jing was afraid. It's a small problem. It's simple. You won't die. Eat porridge for lunch, just millet porridge. Eat some salted vegetables. Don't eat fermented bean curd. Li did not care. After all, he was not the one suffering. Frugality was a virtue, but it could not be eaten casually. Luckily, it was not an overnight crab. Where are the barbarians from? Song Jing suddenly felt weak and needed to be taken care of, but he still insisted on asking. They are from a small tribe. I'm not sure if they are from Yijin or Jelialu. Map. Li guessed. The curtains on the wall beside them were pulled to both sides, revealing the maps of several continents. Li went over and pointed to Bangladesh. Here, and the surrounding areas, are all possible. It's quite far. When the Silk Road was not broken, goods were transported to the Tang dynasty through land trade. This place was actually the territory of the Turkic Empire during the prosperous period. The Turkic Empire was different. It was similar to the Yuan dynasty. Only the nomads could fight. Are you sure? Yao Chong walked over and used his hand to calculate the distance. He could not calculate it. The distance from Bangladesh to the Tang dynasty could not be considered a straight line. If they took the sea route, they could go around it. If they took the land route, there would be mountains and rivers. I'm not sure unless I see them. Li Yi shook his head. The local situation was chaotic. It could be India or Myanmar. Who made the rule that it was only Bangladesh? Of course, there was no such thing as Sri Lanka. There were no elephants there, but there were more gemstones. The reason why it was determined to be Bangladesh was because they did not bring any gemstones. There were gemstones in other places, but it was not easy to find them in the small tribes. Presumably, the tusks were not as big as those of African elephants, and the texture was also different. Pearls. The local pearls are pretty good. It's a pity to use them as medicine. What's so luxurious about pearls? It didn't look as good as glass, but the glass crystal ball made from it was more beautiful. In Li's mind, he was trying to devalue her precious pearls to the point that they were worthless. In fact, large pearls were very beautiful, especially when they reflected light. Basically, everyone in this area believes in Buddhism. The Peacock dynasty is powerful and propagates Buddhism, including our Tang dynasty. I want to suppress them. When the citizens of a country with a political system have the lowest wealth and overall wealth, military power, and technological advantages far surpass other places, the political power is faith. Li emphasized his own thoughts. In fact, he had studied the teachings of several religions before. Later on, he discovered that the strength of a country was the most important. Many religions propagated their doctrines through force. When we reach Luoyang, all the temples and monasteries of the Tang dynasty will be taxed. How about that? Bai Gu found an opportunity. Why should those people be exempted from tax? They were actually hired for free. Later on, the Grief Field Square asked them to fork out money, and the people even gave them incense money and lamp oil money. In the past 2 years, their income was very low. They also learned to plant greenhouses and did not pay taxes. This will not do. Didn't Xiao Yi contribute a lot to the Tang dynasty? The taxes that he had to pay for his manor had not been missed a single coin. Are you guys as good as Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi can translate a bunch of Buddhist scriptures at once. She can translate better than you guys, but she doesn't have much time to do it. Li smiled. That's right. They have to collect taxes. I collected taxes at that time. For example, I have a certificate. I graduated with a doctorate. People require a master's degree. Bachelor's degrees have to stand aside. After getting a certificate, I can go to some scenic spots without paying for tickets or meals. What's the use of taking a certificate? Aren't there officials there? If I bring them there, they will be corrupted and believe in this thing. They don't have a certificate. I don't believe in it. The certificate is the certificate. It's still the new Chinese nation and the party. When are you going? Sui asked. He needed to explain some things in advance. Wei Zhigu was looking forward to it. If he stayed in Chang, and he would become the prime minister again, because the capital governor had someone. 5 days later, okay? It's getting colder. My boat has to leave. It's almost too late. Li Yi considered his own yacht. He couldn't leave it here. If he went to the Yellow River, there would be no water in 2 days. He was in Luoyang. If he left the yacht in Chang, and it would be a waste. The yacht should go out to sea. The other boats had started to head there, ready to take over the Grand Canal. Gongru, aren't you going to take the train with us? Zhang Jiling wanted to discuss with Li Yi while they were on the train. Train. I'll take the train. The yacht will go by itself and bring some things. Finally, we'll meet at the Luo River. Look at the depth of the water. If it doesn't work, we'll take another river to the Grand Canal. Li Yi expressed that there was no problem. His yacht was intelligent. When the time came, he would bring enough refined oil. He would observe along the way and reach the destination according to the program. In that case, why don't you send it out to transport things? Yao Chong realized that it was a waste of resources. I can refine the fuel myself. I have to exchange my life for the other oils. Yes, I will look at the steam locomotive tomorrow. I don't need to exchange my life for it. When the technology is there, don't count on the yacht. It won't be the same in another 10 years. Li Yi first despised Yao Chong before mentioning the steam locomotive. It ran on land. Once it was built, it would be no problem to test it in the workshop. If the practical application was good, they could start using it. They wouldn't even have to worry about the cold weather. It burned coal inside. It was not an internal combustion engine. It could not burn coal. It could only burn coal. It needed enough water. Mineral water was the most unsuitable as it left behind too much dirt. Everyone looked forward to it. It was good that it did not need lifespan. The people could use it in the future. Old Lu, are you angry? Is there a problem at home? When Li Yi checked Lu Chong, he realized that Lu Chong's complexion and pulse showed that he was yin deficient. A person with yin deficiency lacked yin. It was probably not a problem with a lack of women. If he had a lot of women, it would be a situation where both yin and yang were deficient. It would take a lot of effort to make up for it. Lu Chong sighed. How did you set up there? The Wang family, Guo family, and Chui family all have branches. Ah, you are the fire of the heart. Hedong Lu family. When you were poisoned, did they help you? Of course, you can say that they didn't have time and couldn't have known in advance. Remember, the Tang dynasty is the foundation of the royal family. Don't think about shaking it. I won't allow it. You can make money. But remember to lead the people around you to make money. Don't bully them. If you want to bully them, I will slaughter all the big families. No one will dare to resist. I have too many heavy machine guns. Li Yi warned him first. No matter how big your family is and how many years of inheritance, you can't oppress the current state of the country. He turned his head and said, You can plant the good things first. I will leave some seeds for the imperial court to collect. Don't not hand in the harvest. Chapter 1873. Li Yi did not purposely suppress the aristocratic families in the north. Even last winter, there were also aristocratic families in the north. He gave them all benefits. If they had enough funds and management staff, they could develop. This was a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. Even Li Longji used to be an aristocratic family. From Hunan to Hebei, then Shandong, Shaanxi, and Shaanxi, this region. When the Tang dynasty fell and the Song dynasty came, the aristocratic families changed again. The only place that did not change was Shu. After that, there was another war. Other than the Kong family, many aristocratic families disappeared. The Kong family was not powerful enough. At least the imperial examinations were not all about Confucianism. This could never be ignored. Li Yi knew that in some countries in his era, the president, prime minister, and chairman were all aristocratic families. It was not easy for a small country to not be in this situation. That was also the case of the big conglomerates or the puppets of other countries. Therefore, the lower the social class, the more they worshipped and trusted the ruling class. The higher the social class, the more indifferent they were. This was because, in history, countless regimes could be overthrown. The more assets a person had and the more he or she was supported by outside investors, the more reactionary he or she would be. Li Yi used to have the same thoughts. I can contact all the overseas countries. I can join whichever country I want. It does not matter. Then he was educated by his family. When he was asked about the mean, he replied, "If a country has the way, it will not change. If a country has no way, it will not change. If it dies, it will not change." At that time, it was not just a question and answer. It was more of a comparison. Look at the whole world. Who else could protect their civilization so flawlessly? Li Yi considered this question from a political and philosophical point of view. Others thought more simply. Benefits. Lu Chong was temporarily relieved. He was afraid that the impact on the aristocratic families would be too great. Gang Ro, let's celebrate the steam locomotive test run tomorrow. What shall we eat tonight? Zhang Jiling was most used to the current weather. He was originally from Shaozhou, Zhejiang. After that, he ran to the Guangzhou governor's office to be the city's ambassador. The local weather was like this. Once winter came, there would be freezing rain. In spring, there would be snow. Usually, when the weather was like this, they would boil soup to drink. Hunan, Hubei, and Sichuan used spicy soup to drive away the cold. Guangdong and Guangdong used tonic soup to strengthen the body. Actually, it was not just Guangdong and Guangxi. It was the same in Fujian and Zhejiang. In Shandong, it was stewed dishes. After that, it was passed from Guangdong to the northeast. It turned out that the people in the northeast did not focus on stewed dishes. They mainly ate barbecued meat. Otherwise, why don't you ask the Manchus if they want to eat Korean dog meat stew? Shandong was the land of Lu. At the very beginning, there was soy sauce soup. Later, it spread to the Korean peninsula. Li Yi was aware of these situations, so he never attacked. Everyone was doing this for the sake of survival, and when they encountered a problem, they would stick together for warmth. Now that Zhang Jiling mentioned food, Li Yi glanced at Song Jing. "Xiao Yi, I'll only eat porridge for lunch. At night, you're so awesome, right?" Song Jing was craving for it. He was too embarrassed to mention it to others, but in front of Li Yi, he could only say whatever he wanted. "I'll make you a laxative now. After you take it, you can empty your stomach. It won't be a problem until noon. Let's eat mutton steamed buns. It's just right to warm your body. Do you want to do it?" Li Yi treated patients better. "Old Song, there are many ways to deal with this small problem of yours. It all depends on what you choose. Mutton steamed buns? Give me a prescription." Song Jing was full of regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have eaten that little bit of food. "There's no need for a prescription. I'll get someone to send it over. You just have to eat it and drink more water. It's very refreshing." Li Yi said very casually. Ordinary imperial physicians would not dare to do this. Laxative and nourishing, and it was done in more than 2 hours. How confident was he in his medical skills? Li Yi dared to do it. The situation was like this. It was more difficult to compete. Therefore, at noon, the people in the political affairs hall ate mutton steamed buns, pickled vegetables, pickled cucumbers, and Luoyang's authentic sweet garlic. This meal involved the cuisines of several places. Song Jing ate an extra piece of cheese. At this time, he could not drink milk. After drinking it, he would definitely be more useless. However, he could eat fermented dairy products. Li Yi was also eating mutton, but he did not want to eat steamed buns. He did not want to eat mutton steamed buns. He had a lot of mutton in his bowl. He did not want any mutton giblets. Then he kept adding soup. He ate flour rolls. There were many pictures of chopped green onions inside. It was the kind of small flour roll that he ate in 2 bites. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were eating lasagna noodles. The dish was big plate chicken, the kind with large pieces of potatoes. The belt noodles were cooked. They were mixed together and eaten together. Then he took a bite of salted cucumber strips. Why was it so fragrant? Don't eat too much. It's still freezing rain. It's more difficult to grow this year. Li Yi finished 4 small flour rolls and began to eat the mutton soup. He boiled himself a 60% white wine. After eating, he went to sleep. This weather was the most suitable for lying on the mat and sleeping soundly. He took a small wine cup. In the past, he did not drink from a large glass cup. For example, a 200 milliliters cup. A 3 milliliters cup was the most suitable for drinking high-quality white wine. He could take a sip or sip it. He could take 3 sips and a cup. He had also met people who drank 15-year-old flying apsaras in a 2-liter glass or even a 1-caddy bowl. In such a situation, he first tried his best to drink the soup, then dry it, then drink the soup with all his might. Then he went to the toilet and vomited. It did not matter how expensive the wine was. He was not short of wine. He had to stay awake and make others happy. Now he drank slowly by himself, just 200 milliliters. After eating, Princess Yongmu picked up the wine cup in front of Li Yi and drank it. When the smell of wine rushed out, she smiled foolishly. Li Lang, I've been hugging things to sleep recently. I feel uncomfortable, both soft and hard things. Later, you hug me to sleep and drink a little more. Xiaolan, the 3 of us drink half a liter. Li Yi also wanted to hug a beauty to sleep. What about the people in Haizhou? Su Yi came over. He had to ask at this time. I feel like I'm like Ishio. No, Ishio is not as good as me. At least when Ishio eats, no one torments him. Li Yi first muttered in a low voice, and then said, We agreed before to ask someone to invest. I believe they will arrange it properly. How much money should be earned is how much money should be earned. The Ministry of Revenue will collect taxes. Those people want money? It makes the Tang dynasty seem too stingy. Song Jing habitually played the good guy. Old Song is right. Give them a card and give them a 20% discount. In the future, as long as they or the people they arrange have a special card, they will get a 20% discount. Li Yi said with a look of acceptance. He was not doing it for free. It was the local tertiary industry. Song Jing flattered the barbarians. Did he think the barbarians would be grateful? Haha, they came to make money, not to communicate with you. The more channels you set up to make money, and the more the barbarians spend, the more stable they will feel and respect the Tang dynasty. If you are good to them, so good that they don't need to pay for anything, and you give them money instead, they will definitely not be grateful. They will only think you are stupid. If I treat you, you will not think I am stupid because you know my identity and status. Chapter 1874. After yesterday's freezing rain, the temperature suddenly dropped in the middle of the night. When they woke up in the morning, they felt very uncomfortable. It was written in the newspaper that they had to wear more clothes. When it was hot in the afternoon, they had to take off their outerwear. Today was not the first day of the month, so there was no court meeting. Everyone stopped at the same time. Everyone came to Zhuangzi Square and set up firecrackers. The most conspicuous place was covered with a red silk cloth. The first rear-wheeled, 6-wheeled steam engine car of the Tang dynasty appeared on the stage. The people from the Imperial Astronomer made up another story, saying that they had observed the stars last night and how good the weather was. No one knew where they had observed it. Last night, it had been drizzling, and it had only cleared up in the morning. After Li Longji's speech and the ribbon-cutting ended, the red silk cloth was lifted amidst the sound of firecrackers, revealing the 8-meter-long, 2-meter-wide, and 2-meter-tall steam engine car. The craftsman personally got on the car, starting the engine, adding coal, and opening the valve. Puff, puff, puff. Woo! Rumble, rumble. The car started to move. The rubber wheels didn't seem to bear too much weight. Like a train, there was no need for animals to pull it. Water and coal were given, and the car moved on its own. The driver controlled the speed and slowly made a circle. After 2 circles, the winged knights led the way to Bob Bridge. Everyone followed in the carriage. When they reached the other side of the bridge and reached the spacious main road, the winged knights quickly shouted for the passers-by and cars to move out of the way. The driver adjusted the intake and exhaust valves. More steam started to work, and the car's speed increased. Accompanied by smoke and steam, the car rushed forward at a speed of a little more than 25 kilometers per hour. The commoners all moved to the side of the road to watch the show. Why did the big guy run to the ground? Shouldn't it be on the railway? No, it looked smaller than the one running on the railway. It was much smaller. Why did it have to walk on the ground? After about 10 minutes, the steam engine car slowed down, turned slowly and sped up again. When it was about 100 meters away from the original position, the stoker removed the fire and the exhaust valve let out steam. The commoners gathered on the road and looked at the ground. The big guy didn't crush the ground. It still needed to be repaired. It's a little heavy, Wei Jigu said as he walked around the steam engine car. It was too big. Li Yi nodded to the craftsman, who began to move things down from the cart. Stone locks used for training were taken out of the car's storage box one by one. Each one weighed 50 caddies, which was the caddy of the Tang dynasty, a total of 200 yuan. When converted to Li Yi's weight, it was 6 tons. Fill it up with coal and water, and take into account its own weight and load. It can run 100 li at a time. Reduce the load and increase the driving distance proportionally. In the future, a similar type of steam engine car would be built and used in the capital's Chang, and to travel to various counties twice a day. It was used to help the commoners transport goods, so it was a little bigger. The plow used in the fields is 2 times smaller than this one, less than 10 feet long and less than 5 feet high. It has 4 wheels and 3 plows. Li Yi gave the answer at this time. Those who needed to run a long distance with heavy loads had to be big, while those who needed to plow the fields had to be small. They were afraid of compacting the ground, which would require the use of ropes. The steam engine cars could not get off the ground, so long ropes had to be tied to the plow to pull them along. That kind of land was not easy to design. The distance was too long, unless the steam locomotive went into another land. The roped plow and the car were not a single unit, so they still relied on people to control the direction and depth. Wei Jigu nodded, indicating that he understood. Along the way, there will be coal and water warehouses. The car itself will pull too much coal and water, and the power will be used to carry the load like a rail car. For plow the fields, the car itself should transport coal and water to the field. Yao Chong expressed his opinion. Li Dan opened his mouth several times, but closed it again. He had been shocked yesterday. As he read to the end of the book, he realized that the things he was thinking about were in the book, and they were more comprehensive. It was no wonder that Xiao Yi talked about the tea leaves. She was clearly advising him not to speak carelessly in the future. Fortunately, it was Xiao Yi, so he would not laugh at her. Li Dongzhu, this guy will run on the ground in the future? The surrounding commoners shouted. Li Yi glanced at Guazi, and Guazi nodded. Let them come over, don't be afraid. Li Yi also shouted. In theory, it was impossible for the commoners to be premeditated assassins. Without even searching their bodies, the winged knights led the commoners forward one by one. The commoners rolled up their sleeves and placed their palms in front of them, as if this could prove that they would not harm others. Put your hands down, it's cold, so roll up your sleeves. Li Yi went forward and helped pull up their sleeves. The commoners were excited and moved. Li Dongzhu trusted them. After everyone calmed down, Li Yi said loudly, before the end of the year, the governor will make 2 trips a day from Chang and to the various counties. Everyone can spend some money to ride between the 2 trips. The exact amount will be printed in the newspapers. Compared to riding a horse carriage or boat, it is faster and can carry more weight. It will only be cheaper and not expensive. In addition, before next summer, The governor will have steam cars in all counties, making traveling between the counties more convenient. Okay, it's cold to ride a plow in the winter, and slow to ride a boat in the summer. A commoner believed Li Yi's words. Li Dongzhu, can it work in the fields? The commoners who owned land thought of using it to plow the land. There were a lot of stone locks beside it, proving that it was much stronger than a cow. It's more expensive than a cow or horse, and it's faster. It can be used to plow and plant new rice. We will give subsidies to those who plant it. Li Yi reminded them that the price was high, so they had to consider whether it was worth it. If they did not think it was worth it, they could continue to rent animals or use their own animals to plow and plow the land. Write it in the newspapers. I will go back and think about it. I will plow it and show it to everyone. We can't go up the mountains, and we still have to use animals. Anyway, I don't plow, it's tiring and slow. The commoners who plow did not want to return to the past. They were sad. After communicating with the commoners, the group returned to Zhuangzi. The steam cars continued to run without the stone locks. When they met commoners walking on the road, they invited them to get on the cars and run to the east and west of the city. Before noon, all the commoners in Chang'an knew about it. Li Dongzhu moved the things on the tracks down. The cars could run on the ground. When it was freezing and snowing, they took this kind of car to and from Chang'an. It was said to run twice a day, but it ran so fast that it could run 4 times. Gang Ro, is it easy to build this car? Zhang Juling asked Li Yi after lunch. The first car is the most difficult. After that, it's easy. Li Yi brought a plate of fruits. Is the cost high? Zhang Juling looked at the washed fruits on the plate and frowned. He pursed his lips and swallowed his saliva. He felt sour before eating. It depends on the usage period, the cost of coal and water, and the manufacturing process. Increase the loading and seating space of the big car. According to the ticket price I gave, you can get back the cost in 5 years. It's the same in the capital government. If it's in other places, you can get back the cost in 10 years with maintenance in between. If you want to use it in other places, you have to fix the road first. The road that can only pass through the steam cars is not wide enough. It has to be at least 30 feet wide. After the road is fixed, I can use it until it's broken and not get back the cost. It can be used as a subsidy. Li Yi said what Zhang Juling wanted to say. If you miss your hometown, I can ship it to the seaside. It's closer to the land from there. You have to fix the road. The road you built has to be widened. Otherwise, the steam cars can't run. Chapter 1875. Zhang Juling returned to the Political Affairs Hall and wrote a letter to tell his hometown to continue to build roads and release pigeons in bamboo tubes. The budget for road construction needs to be increased. I finally know how to spend more money. Bai Gu looked at Zhang Jiling's letter and sighed. Without a wide road, the steam engine car could not walk. At least 2 cars were needed to stagger. The road did not need to be 30 feet wide. 20 feet was enough. The people in Jiangnan have more free time in winter. Spending money to hire people to build roads is an opportunity to increase the income of the people. Song Jing habitually considered problems from the perspective of the people's livelihood. The imperial court spent money to build infrastructure. The people earned money and their lives were better. The people have more money in their hands and prices are rising. Su Yi followed his thinking and found the problem. A large number of people who did not have much to do in winter had extra money in their hands. They bought delicious food and meat was expensive. Yes, they buy pork to eat. The people who raise pigs earn money and use the money from selling pork to buy food. The price of food increases again. Bai Gu was trapped. After he finished speaking, he said to the little robot that he had forced to bring to the Political Affairs Hall, "Contact Li Yi. I want to bask in the sun," the little robot protested. "I'll move you out after you finish speaking. You're not allowed to go far." Bai Gu gave in. When Li Yi received the news, he was drawing. The internal combustion engine drawings and the smaller steam engine cars had already been drawn. He wanted to build an internal combustion engine-powered ship that was lighter than the steam engine. Usually, he would not go out to sea. He would wander around the coastal waters and occupy some nearby islands. The local residents were not afraid and gave them benefits. The Japanese Empire, Silla, used for trade, Ryukyu and turned them into his own. This included some islands and reefs that no one went to, as well as people who lived there. The people who lived there had no nationality and were from the Tang dynasty. The biggest use of internal combustion engine ships and steam engine ships was in war. In a naval battle, sending out steam engine ships could bully warships and sailboats to death. They did not play with the enemy at all. Old Bai, the little robot, needs to be charged. If you don't catch it, will you carry it back when it runs out of battery? Why don't I send you a human-powered generator and you can charge it? Li Yi heard the little robot complain first. It said that it was under house arrest and was about to starve to death. Little moving still was the pitiful one. Bai Gu shamelessly quibbled first. It's cold in the morning. I was afraid that it would freeze, so I sent it outside. It's hot in the afternoon. He continued to talk about what had just happened, giving out money to the commoners who were recruited, and the commoners have money to buy things, causing prices to increase. Will this become inflation? Building roads in winter? The northern bank of the Yangtze River had a short, cold period in winter, so it was indeed suitable. When the price of grain rises, there is often liquidation. When the price of meat rises, there is farming. When there is demand, there is production. It is most convenient to raise pigs around Dongting Lake. Steam engine ships could enter the Yangtze River to fish in winter and lower the price of other meat with the price of fish. Recruit fishermen to help deal with the fish caught. Fishermen will not be affected by the large amount of fish sold. Li Yi wanted the other party to read the book properly, but he felt that it would be too much of a waste of time, so he might as well say it directly. Ah, I remember now, supply and demand. Let's go. No one will generate electricity for you if I bring you out to bask in the sun. It's not enough at all. It's too late. I have to find a place to replenish it tonight. Dongzhu, you wrap a coil and hang it on the steam engine to generate electricity. Bai Gu talked to the little robot. The little robot complained and gave Li Yi ideas. Yes, I'll hang it up. The coil is easy to wrap around. Li Yi agreed. When the little robot was silent, he put the diesel internal combustion engine drawing aside and drew the structure diagram of the generator. It was the same as the principle of the telegraph battery and the telephone wire. He added more batteries and stored them after generating electricity. He could not always rely on the things he exchanged with his life. The Tang dynasty needed its own industrial system. The steam engine was used to generate electricity. The power was large, and the little robot could change the voltage while charging. The little robot regained its freedom and stopped talking to save electricity. If it was basking in the sun early in the morning, it would hum a song. If someone passed by and was bored, they would chat with it. It's written in the book that the supply and demand relationship promotes the development of productivity. Bai Gu turned to Su Yi and Song Jing and said. The two looked away. There was too much knowledge in the book, and they couldn't remember it all. How many books did they need to memorize for the imperial examination? Xiao Yi wrote one book after another, and they were all related to each other. The farmers of soft and hard country have gone there. I believe they will help guide the local people. He values the area around Dongting Lake very much. Zhang Juling said a reassuring sentence. Don't worry. The envoys of other countries were worried at this time. They all ran to the south of the city. The steam engine car stopped. The craftsmen on Zhuangzi were checking the situation and collecting data. The car stopped voluntarily. It was not because of a breakdown. The Turks looked at the wheels. The wheels were big, and they thought they could run on the grassland. They looked at the body of the car. It was covered with iron plates. Arrows couldn't penetrate it. How many people could it carry? We need more information. Don't play tricks in the future. If Princess Jincheng didn't plead for you, you would die there. Isimba was talking to Buiju, who had just been released. When he first came here, he didn't know anything. He kicked the kid who polished shoes, and his leg was broken by Buiju. Now he was smart and worried about Buiju. What's the use of testing? It's definitely better than a carriage. It can carry more goods. Can it be transported to Tubo? Buiju didn't have a temper. He was taught a lesson when he was under house arrest. He was locked in a dark room. There were 2 kerosene lamps and a lot of diesel. At the same time, there was a big bucket and a flushing toilet. Food was canned food and instant noodles. He didn't lack anything. He even had ink, paper, and inkstone. He couldn't hear anything outside and couldn't see the light outside. For the first 2 days, he didn't care. He ate, lit the lamp, went to the toilet, sat on the floor, and thought about things. A few days later, he didn't know if it was day or night. He could eat or not. He didn't seem to be hungry. He was afraid of the dark. He always kept a kerosene lamp burning. When he slept, he would lower the flame. He started to have insomnia. He thought he had slept for a long time, but he was still sleepy. Yesterday, he couldn't take it anymore. He shouted and knocked his head against the wall. He knocked himself unconscious. There were still bumps on his head. When he got the news, he couldn't bear to lose a good subject. He begged Princess Jincheng. Princess Jincheng interceded, and he was released. He held a clock in his hand and looked at the time from time to time. He lost his sense of time in the dark room. He finally understood how scared he was. He knew it was Li Yi's idea, but he didn't dare to scold him. He was afraid he would be locked in again. He was too wicked. He had food to eat, but he lost a few pounds. Enduring the pain in his head, he raised the clock to his ear and listened. He found that happiness was so simple. It won't be used in the war for the time being. There's no use for it at the moment. Li Yi doesn't care about the Turks. Isimba learned about the situation from others. The big guys had to run to the 20 counties outside Chang'an. There were also small ones to replace the cows and horses to plow the land. It was tiring to use them in the war. There were few of them, and they weren't useful. If they fought the Turks, they could run away at any time. Since there were many of them, it was better to develop the Tang dynasty first. If they could plow the land quickly, it would solve a big problem. Chapter 1876. Isimba thought that he had figured out Li Yi's thoughts. The people's livelihood was more important than war. The people had good life. They had endless food and many weapons, which made it easier to fight. During war, they were not willing to kill too many people. It was best to capture them alive and send them back to work. More importantly, they took good care of the captives. As long as the captives worked hard, they could be fed with chicken oil, which was very fragrant. The captives were sent to work in the mines with masks. They were afraid that they would get sick if they inhaled too much dust. For example, the first batch of Turkic captives who failed in their sneak attack on the Shi tribe were given medicine to kill insects, and then their bodies were checked. If the captives' wounds were infected, they would be treated and given medicine. Since there were few steam engines, it was not suitable to use them on the battlefield. Naturally, it was better to give them to the people. The Tang dynasty is getting better and better. What should we do in the future? Bo Zhu rubbed the bump on his head and took out an ice pack from the box under his hand. He needed a cold compress. He pretended to be unconscious and was carried out. He said that he had done a CT scan and there was no problem. The main reason was that he was too tired and his mental state was not good. He fainted after the crash. At present, he needed to apply a cold compress. If he waited until tomorrow, he would apply a hot compress. If he wanted to speed up, he would be punctured and have a blood clot. He gave himself medicine and 2 black things the size of mung beans. He said that it was too painful and he could not help but take one when he could not help it. He was not allowed to drink when he took the medicine. Pain was nothing. A clock was enough. Could Tubo compete with the Tang dynasty in the future? Alas! Isimba sighed. He was still unwilling to accept reality. He always felt that there was still a chance if he fought. However, Every time he thought that he had grasped the knowledge to lead Tubo to develop diligently and one day be able to compete with the Tang dynasty, the things that Li family Zhuangzi inadvertently threw out once again extinguished the flame of hope. In front of him was a carriage with a load of 200 large stone locks. Who could copy the Tubo that was given to him? When Princess Jincheng went back, her craftsmen would not be able to know the secret and would not continue to work for other Tubo people. Tomorrow, I will ask Li Yi to draw my blood. I still feel very big. My eyes are sore and the back of my neck. The combination of long grain rice with a steam locomotive that could plow and drag a rake was the most powerful. It would take a long time to finish planting a batch of rice. He would go to the cart and directly use the fertilizer from the farm to plant new rice. At this rate, Henan province can plant 4 crops a year, as long as the fertilizer can keep up. Boxy had a headache, but he did not forget to pay attention to the grain farming industry of the Tang dynasty. The root stubble of rice and wheat was the main factor that prevented rapid planting. After the highland barley was harvested, there was the same problem. They couldn't afford to dig the roots out. He could only wait for it to rot in the ground. If he wanted to plant something else, he needed to find a gap, and it was not easy to do so. Bo Xia had yet to learn that in the future, after the wheat fields are harvested, there will be no wheat stubble, and corn will be planted directly. Winter at the same time as the corn roots. The north was most suitable for plowing the fields in spring and returning them to the fields together. While they were talking, the other foreigners had their own thoughts. They realized that the craftsmen's abilities were heaven-defying. The later Turks were helpless. They did not have enough people to send the letter back and had to wait for people to return. It's done. Send it to the workshop and let them do it slowly. Li Yi put down his tools and smiled. Actually, he could just draw it on the computer and print it out. But he insisted on drawing it himself. This was to increase his proficiency and at the same time strengthen his foundation. Princess Yongmu looked at Feng Yu with her hands under her chin. Her eyes were like water. In the royal family's marriages, the women were always arranged. No one could really find the person they liked. When it came to her, she was also arranged. Good, good. Thank you, grandfather. Thank you, my father. Actually, making clothes is similar to making clothes now. If you want to learn, I can teach you fashion design. In other words, it's called style. In reality, it's about what kind of clothes to match your body, face, hairstyle, and location. As for temperament, it's nurtured. No one is born with temperament. It depends on the environment you live in. Li Yi thought Princess Yongmu wanted to learn, so he did not mention style. Style was to wear one kind of clothes on the grassland, another kind on the plains, another kind on a bike, another kind on a car, a skirt, a pair of pants, slippers, and high heels, that's all. Okay, Li Lang, do you think Boxy can't find the time in that house? Is everyone afraid? Princess Yongmu thought of that poor child for no reason. Did he get punished for playing tricks? Do you know the wooden fish? Do you know the rhythm of breathing? Some people who have been specially trained can determine the time by themselves. There are also some people who don't need to determine the time. The work they do can offset the mental problem of having a wrong sense of time. For example, people who have been mining in the mines all year round. They don't know how long it has been. As long as they work and can earn money, they will go up whenever someone asks them to. When they go up, they will cover their eyes with a cloth and slowly get used to it. They are manual laborers. There are also people who write novels in the newspaper. They have to write every day and serialize it. Put the hard-working authors in Guan Boxy's environment. They also eat, drink, and defecate before writing novels. When they are sleepy, they sleep. When they wake up, they write. It's even better to give them a pile of books to look up information. They don't care about being locked in a small, dark room. Mathematics. Some people only have mathematics in their minds. They are the same as the two above. They hold a pen and paper and calculate crazily. They tear open a bag of seasoning and mix it into instant noodles. They don't cook it. They chew it and think while eating. When they think of something, they throw down the instant noodles and start calculating. Li Yi gave a few examples. For some people, the concept of time is useless. The small dark room only needs to give them enough things to survive. People who are focused on one thing, they are not afraid of loneliness, nor do they care about day and night. They forget to sleep in the morning and forget to eat when the sun rises. They are diligent in the affairs of the people and listen to politics. Is this how it should be? Princess Yongmu instantly understood and brought up the story. She didn't say that it was groundless. That was a derogatory word. Li Yi stared blankly for a moment, then immediately understood. With an extraordinary speed, he moved his mouth over and kissed Princess Yongmu's face. Princess Yongmu, who was kissed, was surprised. What's wrong? I'll bring you to roast potatoes. Let's go to the big stove. No, let's go to the confiscated soybean field. Bring some potatoes and chili sauce. We can roast them there. Li Yi suggested. His mentality changed instantly and he wanted to bring Princess Yongmu out to play. Okay. I'll call Xiaolan. Xiaolan will patiently teach others again. Give others a chance to catch their breath. Princess Yongmu thought of Xiaolan. Xiaolan was training. Thus, the three of them set off alone and went to the mountains behind. There were unharvested beans there. A group of palace maids, eunuchs, and winged knights were following them about 100 meters away. Li Yi carried a small jar on his back and a small pipe in his hand. A flamethrower was the best weapon to deal with animals and insects. Regardless of whether it was snakes, centipedes, or scorpions, it was effective with one shot. As for whether it would cause a mountain fire, that was the responsibility of other people. It had nothing to do with him. Xiaolan carried a backpack with 10 medium-sized potatoes in it. She was going to roast them. I told him the story of how Kong Rong played tricks and made Li Li and Sima Guang push their companions into the water tank and then smash the tank. They learned very seriously. I'm very gratified. The lesson went very smoothly. Xiaolan winked at Li Yi and said, Princess Yongmu sighed. Chapter 1877. After walking for more than 10 miles, they were still within Li family Zhuangzi's territory. They didn't see any snakes or hares along the way. However, they saw squirrels preparing food for the winter, affected by the large-scale freezing rain. Some migratory birds began to migrate. According to aerodynamics, geese would form a special formation. Whether they formed a human or a single character depended on the direction of the wind. If the wind blew randomly, the geese's formation would also be disrupted, so they had to adjust their flying altitude. In the past, Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan didn't understand. Who would have thought of aerodynamics? There was no place to understand it. Now, they knew that it was just like skating or running in winter. There was also riding a bicycle. The skilled sailors cooperated with each other to create a beautiful curve on the river. When they needed wind resistance behind them, the boat team was scattered like the branches and leaves of a tree. They waited to go against the wind, like a divine dragon swinging its tail, borrowing the wind from the sailboat in front. They did a good job. Not bad. There's still a few days this year, so I won't be playing with them in Zhuangzi. Li Yi saw that they couldn't even find a rabbit along the way, so he knew that the winged knights had been cleaning up the wilderness in front of them. The traces of the withered grass on the ground were still fresh, and they didn't have time to clean up the traces. The winged knights are indeed strong, but were tormenting them too much. Princess Yongmu felt that it was too extravagant. From your point of view, that's the case, but from their point of view, they're proud of it. The winged knights are professional, loyal, brave, tenacious, and flexible. You think they're serving you, but they're enjoying the process. They didn't even leave a big bug for me. Li Yi didn't think that he was bullying the winged knights. They were having fun. Yes, these grass can't be eaten anymore. The amaranth has bloomed, so it's useless to cut it now. Princess Yongmu used the scythe in her hand to touch the amaranth and gray cabbage beside the path. After the time limit, they couldn't be eaten as food for humans. They could be fed to pigs. Feeding pigs depended on the specific species of wild vegetables. Some gray cabbage could be poisoned. Her scythe was sheathed. Li was worried that she would accidentally fall, so she fell on the blade and the tip of the scythe. After walking for a while, the three of them arrived at their destination. There was a small soybean field on the hill. The shape of the field was irregular. Overall, it looked like it was about 200 square meters. Even if it was 10 meters by 20 meters and there was a circle of perilla around it, no one would collect it. They probably forgot. There was also a dimmed poppy gourd. Its stalk was bald, and the poppy seeds and perilla seeds had fallen to the ground. There was a small canal next to this place, and the water was still flowing. Moss grew on the edge of the man-made canal. Li Lang, should I cut it? Princess Yongmu was eager to try using the scythe. This will do. The roots will become brittle. There was no need to care about the basil. The poppy seeds had to be harvested and planted next year. That's not right. There's still some Suzy that haven't fallen off yet. Harvest it with a cloth. This is edible. It tastes even better than sesame. Li Yi's voice became louder, and he ordered the people hiding in the dark to retreat. Why don't the people of Zhuangzi use them to make salted vegetables? Xiaolan saw that the leaves couldn't be picked to make salted vegetables. Unfortunately, they were too old. Using perilla leaves to make salted vegetables was a common method used by the Koreans in Li Yi's time. In fact, it was very simple. Look at the green perilla on the roadside in the village. Pick off the tender leaves, wash them clean, and marinate them with salt water, or steamed sticky bean buns, or something like glutinous rice noodles. Put it as a cushion and can be eaten together. The people who planted the beans planted the perilla around the bean field to protect the beans. Planting a circle of perilla around the bean field will expel many pests. At the same time, at the seedling stage, if there are birds to eat, they will choose the perilla first. Some birds dislike the smell and hide far away. When the soybeans grow up, some birds want to eat them, but the perilla grows first. It's better for them to eat the perilla seeds. When the soybeans mature, sparrows and the like won't eat them even if you ask them to. They're afraid that they'll die of bloating. Li explained. Planting beans was all about knowledge. At that time, he was a farmer. People who knew how to plant beans would plant perilla, corn, sorghum, and other things around the hillsides, riverbanks, and wherever they saw soybeans, beans, and other things. There were also people who didn't know, but people who didn't know usually wouldn't choose that kind of place to plant things. They would only plant small areas, dozens of square meters. If the area was bigger, there would be vines and thorns specially planted around it. The main purpose was to prevent people from entering. Don't guard against a gentleman. Don't guard against a villain. Nothing could stop people who wanted to enter. Of course, there were also places that didn't set up any obstacles by the roadside. They planted shallots, beans, and lentils. However, they didn't plant cucumbers and eggplants. These two things could be eaten raw. When people passed by and were thirsty, they would pick them and rub them together to eat. They didn't plant gourds either. They weren't afraid of eating them, but they were afraid of being touched. As the quality of the people improved, more and more people planted cherry and apricot trees by the roadside. The municipal government was responsible for it. They looked at the flowers. As for apricots and cherries, no one touched them. Why didn't the sparrows come to eat the perilla seeds? Princess Yongmu learned normal knowledge again, but she noticed something. Look over there. When you plant millet, there are scarecrows. Even if you're not afraid of scarecrows, you should eat millet first. The people who planted the millet didn't even think of harvesting millet. The scarecrows were just decorations. If you can't harvest millet, you can harvest straw and use the straw to weave things. When the people planted something, they would consider which part they wanted to harvest. They would never plant blindly. Nowadays, the people who planted the millet need to harvest the millet stalks and soybeans. They wouldn't waste any more time. Li Yi pointed to another place. It wasn't sorghum, but millet. This was because when it came to making tools, sorghum stalks couldn't be compared to millet stalks. Li Lang, Planting is so complicated. Princess Yongmu didn't see this kind of situation in the newspaper. This was a small harvest planting beside the abandoned mountains and rivers. It didn't need to be introduced or explained in the newspaper. Those who could plant it knew it by themselves. Those who didn't know wouldn't plant it. The key point was that Li Yi didn't approve of planting things on the riverbank. If there was a big flood, everything would be washed away. The newspaper's introduction was equivalent to encouraging the people to plant. It's hard to survive, so the people have to think of ways to harvest more food. In the future, if there's corn and water nearby, it's also not bad. Otherwise, they have to plant sorghum and millet. The sparrow's beak is small. Planting a circle of millet around it can protect the main food crops. I'll talk about it in the newspaper. I forgot before. These things are passed down from generation to generation. However, with a new species, we have to make better use of the resources. This kind of planting sweet potatoes is actually more worry-free. Li Yi said as he took the scythe from Princess Yongmu's hand. He took off the scythe and started cutting. He couldn't kick it. If he did, the beans would fall. He used it together with the seedlings to light a fire. Then he scooped up the beans and ate them. The potatoes were placed under the bean seedlings. They needed to be roasted for a while. The fire was just right, so there was no need to touch them. If the fire was affected by the wind, the potatoes would need to be flipped. Is there anyone raising bean worms here? Let's look for them. If there are, we can roast them together. Li Yi said as he started to search. No, I saw it just now. It's probably been taken away. Princess Yongmu shook her head. Look at the bean leaves. There are traces of farming, Xiaolon said. The people in Zhuangzi are really careful. Do you think the people here will eat the bean worms themselves? Li Yi thought of the issue of ownership. Chapter 1878. Impossible, Xiaolon promised. If you want to eat something, tell the cafeteria, and the cafeteria will make it. If you bring it home, you still have to cook it. Who does the things in the field belong to? Li Yi asked again. Princess Yongmu gave the answer. The bean worms planted by the tenant belong to the tenant, and the tenant pays the rent. The person who signed the death contract, the things belong to Zhuangzi. Yes, this is not a large group, and it's not a state-owned enterprise. Li Yi remembered that he was the landlord. After a long time, he thought that Zhuangzi belonged to a state unit, a key research department. Now that they didn't collect rent, the contracts of the farmers were probably thrown away, right? They had lost their use. The farmer who hired them said, I don't want to work here anymore. If I want to leave, then let's leave. Let's see if I can leave alive. Princess Yongmu took a soybean stalk to start the fire. A big family to raise and shoulder the responsibility. That's how families appeared. Before the Tang dynasty, other people spent money and scattered leaves through hard work in the previous dynasties. Together, we saw the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty. The great ancestor dealt with meritorious officials and aristocratic families. Oh, he also had to compromise with the Turks. He had to submit to outsiders, borrow horses, and allow the Turks to do whatever they wanted. Yes, if he didn't win back then, the great ancestor would be a traitor. The history books would record it, and everyone would have the right to punish him. Xiaolon looked around as she spoke, looking guilty. No one, don't be afraid. There are suddenly more sparrows. Work hard to eat, fatten themselves up, and wait to survive the winter. Li Yi saw a leaf fall. He looked up and saw many sparrows standing on a tree not far away. Zhuangzi collected a lot. After processing and drying, we'll stew them when needed. Princess Yongmu also looked up and smacked her lips. Other than having many bones, the braised sparrows were not bad. When the grains were about to ripen, not only sparrows, but all kinds of birds that ate the grains would want to eat them. People would think of ways, usually by hanging them on the internet or reading about it in the newspapers. It was inconvenient for the common people to catch sparrows and eat them themselves. They plucked their feathers, removed their internal organs, and didn't have much meat. Send it to a place where the Li family Zhuangzi has business dealings. Zhuangzi will accept it. Zhuangzi didn't lack meat, and the sparrows were used as medicine as part of their diet. We'll add another batch of birds' nests this year to give the resident birds a chance to survive. At the same time, throw out the old food to feed them. The increase in their numbers won't conflict with us eating them. Li Yi didn't think about these things when he was eating the sparrows. Now that winter was coming, he was worried about the sparrows. From beginning to end, the Li family Zhuangzi was building bird nests made of bamboo and wood, placing them on tree branches and roof ridges. There were big and small entrances and exits, and birds would fight for nests with each other. For example, the cuckoo and the sparrow snatched the nest of the swallow. Swallows like to find a sheltered place to build their nests, such as under the eaves, under the bridge holes, under the cliff protrusions. The sparrows liked it as well. In winter, the swallows would fly away and the house would be empty. The sparrows would move in with the idea of making reasonable use of resources. For sparrows, it would be great if people fed chickens in winter. They would call many of their little friends to share. Once winter came, the number of sparrows in the Li family Zhuangzi would skyrocket. Li Lang, don't tell me you're raising the later Turks like sparrows? For some reason, Princess Yongmu regarded the sparrows and the later Turks as the same existence. In Shanghai, other than being able to hunt in winter, it's also easy to find prey. After heavy snow, it's difficult to remove the traces on the snow. If we want to occupy a large area of Bohai, it'll be difficult to win without an army that can fight in winter. Bohai is rich in resources, and it's a large area of black soil. Whatever you plant will grow. Only the rice will be fragrant, and we need good varieties. Can you imagine that place becoming the Tang dynasty's first granary in the future? Right now, the first granary is Henan province, and the second is Guangzhou, where Chang'an is. In the future, Jiangnan province, Guangzhou, Luzhou, and Dongting Lake will grow a lot of food. Also, in Shu and the grasslands we've occupied, the Tang dynasty won't lack food. Li Yi could not forget about the northeastern region. Through that region, they could continue to occupy territory and reach the Bering Strait, which used to belong to America. Although the place was cold, it would not affect their accommodation and travel. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan nodded as they listened. They believed in Li Yi's words. If Li Lang said it was fine, there would be no problem. If other young talents dared to come over and say something like that, they would beat them up. Is Bohai really important? Princess Yongmu could not figure it out. She had little contact with Bohai. If we leave it alone, it'll definitely grow. Don't worry, take it slow. It's easy to deal with. First, we'll deal with the later Turks. The next step is to turn the outsiders into internal members. Li Yi flipped the fire with a sickle and looked at it. The potatoes and soybeans were burned together, and it was not easy to control. The Tang dynasty was currently at war. Most of the local people were fighting other people, and it was easy for them to rebel. The regime was not strong enough, the propaganda was not good enough, and the logistics were not good enough. If it was another time, how could they guard the border when they were all ethnic minorities? The local people had their country in their hearts. After we control the later Turks, think of a way to send steam engine car parts from the grassland to the northwest and assemble them there. Give them to the locals, and we will fix them if they break. We will also provide lubricant and oil at the same time. Our current steam engine cars have independent suspension, differential, and other related designs. Right now, the Tang dynasty's technology is at its peak. When diesel engines are developed, it can still be improved. Li Yi had follow-up plans to send cars to other people. When the locals saw it, they were naturally shocked. This thing can walk on its own. And it's so strong. When they were afraid of Chang'an's technology, they were also proud of being part of the Tang dynasty. This was how the self-confidence and cohesion of the people were cultivated. Li Lang, what level has Zhuangzi's technology reached? What level has the Tang dynasty reached? Princess Yongmu did not think that the Tang dynasty's technology was good. The Workers' Alliance was powerful enough, right? There was a gap between them and Zhuangzi's technology. If they gave a few steam engine cars to other people, they could just dismantle them. Whether they could reassemble them was a problem, not to mention replicating them. In the future, the Workers' Alliance will have to strictly manage them. When technology starts to be released, the craftsmen of the Workers' Alliance must learn more. The bean seedlings now should be harvested and brought back to make pellets. I wonder if the later Turks lack refined materials during winter. Send some to them? Li Yi's topic changed a lot. The first sentence was about technology, and the second sentence was about the livestock breeding of the later Turks. Send them. Choose a place for the handover. Give them a few telegraph machines and code them separately. If they need anything, tell us and we'll help. Xiao Lan said with a smile, play a trick. Attack their minds. If the later Turks go to Shanghai to live, the Tang dynasty will help you at any time. See what your people think. We will give you the telegraph machines so that you know how to transmit information. Let's see the specific situation. It's better to sell them fur. They can even hire them to help with work. Li Yi followed Xiao Lan's words. As long as they were in non-combat situations, he had a way to weaken the enemy's will, who said that war could only be fought with weapons. He could maintain a trade surplus and at the same time exchange for cheap labor. Chapter 1879. Rest for an hour. Beside a small lake, the 6 people and 30 riders who had just crossed the desert stopped. As the leader, Wu Hin arranged for the horses to be watered. They didn't change camels after all. When they reached the edge of the desert, they met a 1,000-man team from the Tang dynasty. They showed the other party the letter of introduction and allowed them to pass. The other party told them that there was an oasis in front and a place to resupply. It was more suitable to ride horses. They changed horses, resupplied, and entered the desert. After running for 2 days, they found the oasis and the heavenly soldiers. They stayed at night and had a good sleep. In the morning, they changed horses and resupplied. They met 4,000-man teams in a row. They rushed through the last part of the desert and stopped by a small lake. They changed the water in their water bags, unloaded the horses, and rushed into the lake to play. The 6 people took out 7 or 8 pots to wash. They found hay and branches and set up a rack. They filled the pots with meat floss and fried rice. They added water and began to cook. A piece of dried, pickled vegetable lump was also thrown in. It was very salty and black in color. Wu Hin took out a sealed enamel jar with a screw thread and roasted it over the fire. It could only be twisted after it was heated. It was filled with canned meat and preserved vegetable braised pork. Li Yi hadn't made tin plate and was still working on it. At the moment, they could only mass-produce enamel jars as carriers for canned food. The enamel jars could be sold or given to others later. The cost was high, but it wasn't a waste. The heavenly soldiers usually couldn't bear to eat it. After eating, they would take the remaining enamel jars back and exchange them with the people. The drawback was that the screw thread would always be twisted and the enamel would fall off. Most of the time, the people didn't twist it. They just used it as a big cup, filled it with food, and squatted somewhere to eat. It was also very useful to drink tea. The first enamel jar was called a tea jar in some places. Wu Hin hadn't figured out the other uses of the enamel cup. After heating it, the gas inside expanded and easily twisted it open. The fragrance wafted out. Before it entered their mouths, they had already swallowed their saliva. The people next to them came forward to take a look. There was little soup. Most of it was meat, and a small part was preserved vegetables. He licked his lips. A jar costs a lot of money. How can the logistics of the Ba Shui army fight this war? The others also looked at each other in silence. His own people were struggling to survive. The Li family Zhuangzi's Bahui army was sending things out without caring about the cost. They could actually eat canned food in the desert. Can be exchanged for a sheep? It was already considered good for his clansmen to have a small iron pot, but the other party had so many enamel vats that they couldn't use them all. The inside was said to be made of iron, but the outside was made of porcelain. How was it burned? Fighting a war depended on bravery, combat skills, and logistics. In truth, the Celestial Army could use the same method of survival as the Turks, and there wasn't much of a difference in terms of horses and fighting power. The heavenly soldiers could do what their own people could do. He didn't have the logistics that the Celestial Army had. He still didn't have the weapons and equipment of the Celestial soldiers. Let's take it one step at a time. Wu Hin took out another glass bottle with a screw-shaped enamel cap. There was no need to heat it up. Just pry it open with the tip of a knife and twist the lid. It was filled with black bean chili sauce. When he didn't have any appetite, he would sip a little of it in his mouth and instantly feel like he could eat another bowl of rice. It was written in the newspaper that eating chili sauce could prevent heat stroke in hot weather. It was more effective than drinking hot mutton soup. Drinking mutton soup might cause heat stroke, but this chili sauce wouldn't. Furthermore, eating chili sauce in cold weather would stimulate blood circulation. In a humid environment, it could protect the body to a certain extent. The stir-fried rice was cooked, and when it was heated with water, it would expand quickly. The 6 of them ate with the canned food and chili sauce. They sweated nonstop and drank water. Why don't we surrender? Li Dongzhu treats surrenders very well. The Chelenine clans who surrendered previously are living well in Huazhou and Tangzhou. Someone swallowed the fragrant food in his mouth and muttered softly. War could only be fought under the premise that they could win. If they couldn't win, they would only be courting death and running away. There was no chance of victory. Don't say such things when you return. It will affect the morale of the army. Wu Hin didn't draw his knife and only warned his brothers. He lived in Chang and of the Tang dynasty, so he naturally knew the situation. That kind of prosperity was something that the Turks couldn't even dream of. As long as the citizens of the capital were willing, they could eat meat for every meal. Eating meat and drinking milk was a part of life for the Turks, but eating vegetables was out of the question. In winter, the citizens of the capital ate fresh cucumbers and eggplants. Dried seafood was shipped over, while the rich ate live seafood. In the Honglu Temple, last winter, they burned a brick bed to warm themselves. When they woke up in the morning, they spent 50 jiao to buy a big bowl of dried vegetables, chicken wonton, and pickled vegetables. They spent an extra 50 jiao to buy pork wonton and a side dish with sesame oil on top. This winter, there would be more fish and prawns. When they froze, they would be shipped to the capital and then sent to the surrounding provinces. If not for the mission of the Turks, he wouldn't want to return. His days in Chang were blissful. He had secretly visited the Chelenine clans who surrendered in Huazhou and Tangzhou. Every family had a house, livestock, and living tools. Their children were studying in school, and they ate 3 meals a day. Sometimes they would drink wine at night. As Wu Hin thought about it, he sighed and lowered his head to eat. Everyone's heart was in a mess. After the horses finished bathing, they went ashore to eat grass. Some of the grass by the sea was yellow, while others were green. It was delicious to eat them all together. After they finished eating, they put the supplies on the horses' backs and looked at the sky. According to the heavenly soldiers, if they were fast enough, they could catch up with the migration team before dark. As they ran, the 6 of them met 1,000-man heavenly soldiers. The other party knew about the situation and sent a telegram. They gave them directions. 40 li charge forward, at most 20 li. I'm sure you'll meet your scout team. Come on. Wu Hin didn't doubt it at all. He was just afraid. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty were following them all the time. The migration of the Turks couldn't hide them from the battlefield. No, they could hide them from the battlefield. The troops of the Tang dynasty did it. Sure enough, after running for about 20 li, they met his scout team of 50 people. They all looked thin and tired. Who are you? Wu Hin and the others were surrounded. The scout just shouted and didn't raise his bow. What? Are you afraid of revenge for killing the Tang soldiers? Wu Hin was angry and sad. "You're not the Tang soldiers." The scout heard him and asked loudly. He raised his bow and arrow. "We're the envoys in Chang'an. We came back to report." Wu Hin was about to cry. He was so sad. "Put down your bow." The leader of the other party hurriedly shouted. He found that the situation was not right. "Wu Hin, is that you?" Someone in the scout team recognized Wu Hin. "Take me to see the Khan. I have important information. The Tang soldiers are less than 20 li away. There are more than 1,000 of them. You guys retreat." Wu Hin nodded. He wanted to provide information first and check his men. Don't fight with them. It would be suicide. Yes, go to see the Khan. A few days ago, a few Tang soldiers came out to catch rabbits. They were encountered by other teams and fought. The Tang soldiers ran away. The next day, 4 of our scout teams were killed. Originally, there were 20 people in a team, but now there are 50. It's great that you can come back. Tell us what happened. We don't dare to use our weapons. The leader expressed his helplessness and didn't dare to take action. Chapter 1880. Great Khan, I have important news. The newspaper is here. There is also a decree from Baigu of the Tang dynasty. Wu Hin saw Ashina Mojilian in the tent. Although he was addressed as Great Khan, he was actually Baiga Khan. This was the same as addressing Li Longji. It was fine to address him as Sage, His Majesty, or Emperor. It was used in different situations. Li Yi directly addressed him as Third Elder Brother and occasionally changed to Third Elder Brother. The usage of Elder Brother was not formal in the Tang dynasty. Li Yi insisted on using it for his own convenience. The others had no choice but to learn from him. On the ground in the tent, there were things carried back by 30 horses. The 6 newspapers were the most precious to Wu Hin and the others. Mojilian, Tiangue, and the important minister Mei Lujia first read the prime minister's decree. Baigu first accused the later Turks of wantonly sending troops to attack the Tang dynasty's commander-in-chief, Rao Lu, without any intention of seeking peace. Therefore, the Tang dynasty righteously punished them. Then he mentioned that the emperor of the Tang dynasty could not bear the suffering of the people, fearing that the later Turks would have a difficult winter. Therefore, he offered a large reward to the capable people in the world to help them pass the winter peacefully. Finally, he said that the people's livelihood was not easy, so he did not want to kill too much. If the later Turks were willing to surrender, he would let bygones be bygones. Everyone understood that the Tang dynasty put all the blame on the later Turks. When they asked for peace, the Tang dynasty firmly opposed it. After opposing it, they kept sending weapons and supplies to the Heavenly Soldiers' army, Henji army, Shi tribe, and Khitan. They also roped in the surrounding tribes to oppose the later Turks and persuade them to surrender. If they did not make the first move, when winter came, the Tang dynasty would gather the strength of the tribes and attack them together. They would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. They could not migrate long distances in a snowy place, right? Once they were defeated, how many of the later Turks would survive? As for offering a large reward to find someone to help them, bah, you are clearly looking for the person who mobilized hundreds of thousands of people to encircle and suppress us. Looking at the contents of the Prime Minister's decree, only the later Turks were allowed to surrender. For a moment, the atmosphere in the tent became gloomy and everyone's expression was grave. These are the things you bought before you came back? What are they? Is it expensive? He didn't want to be too depressed at this moment. If the leaders was depressed, what about the others? As he spoke, he looked at Wu Hihin. Wu Hihin instantly understood and squatted beside the item to introduce it. This is a cookery knife suitable for chopping. The scabbard itself can be used as a whetstone. This is a tactical military knife. It can be used in many ways. It can also be placed in front of the Tang soldiers' guns. Wu Hin first talked about the weapon. The back cover of the tactical saber was opened, and there were needles and thread inside to sew up the wound and fish. The scabbard of the military saber could be used as a fire sickle. It could be used to make fire and cut ropes. Lighter, alcohol, and grenades were used to target the wolves. There was a catch on the hemp grenade. If it was caught on the arrow, it would be ignited and shot. If it pierced the wolf or exploded near the wolf, it would injure the wolf. There's a bunch of medicine for typhoid fever, diarrhea, injuries, obvious wounds, blood clots and swelling, short-term pain relief, digestion. Wu Hin took out the herbs and explained them one by one before putting them aside. He then picked up the canned food, rope, oilcloth used to evaporate water in the desert, folding poles, folding shovels, and sand-blind glasses. Combination kettle, hang it up to boil water. It's no problem to sit anywhere. It's filled with water. The big shell outside can be used to store food, and the small shell can also be used to store things. Folding shovels can be used as saws, knives, hoes, and shovels. It uses the casing method. We can't make this iron. We have to ensure its strength, but it can't be too brittle. Because it's inconvenient to carry fermented bean curd, stinky tofu, and pickled vegetables. Most of the canned food is preserved vegetables with meat. Preserved vegetables are fermented vegetables. With fermented tea, it helps digestion when eating meat. There's chili black bean sauce in the small bottle. It's toilet water to prevent mosquito bites. It's soap with extra things that can withstand the high temperature of the desert. Wu Hin's voice gradually lowered as he spoke. He found that everyone's mood was not better. He took a deep breath. In fact, these things are not easy to use. Warriors don't need to rely on external things. Once they get used to it, it will weaken their fighting spirit and make people read the newspaper. Moyakuk interrupted Wu Hin's words. He insisted that the things the Tang dynasty equipped the army were not easy to use. It was self-deception. We should tell our people that the Tang dynasty has a lot of good things, and we have to grab them. The Tang dynasty people occupy the most fertile land with coal, petroleum, iron, and copper mines. Although we don't have those resources to use, we are stronger than them, and we will eventually replace them. Moyakuk encouraged the people around him. Anyway, it was just a propaganda tone. Everyone shared the newspaper, and those who could get it were those who could read the Tang dynasty's words. The more they read, the more fascinated they became. It turned out that the small sea they were going to had so many resources, and according to the steps taught in the newspaper, winter didn't seem to be very cold. As long as they reached the place, they could harvest the pasture while building. When winter came, the livestock and people would be protected. When the small sea froze in winter, they could put the straw bundles on it while the ice layer was not thick. They could take them out at any time to fish, make a simple kiln, burn pottery, braise some charcoal, and purify the surrounding rock salt. Later generations would not get sick after eating it. Moyakuk looked at it, his face slightly red. Just now he said that there were no resources in his place. That Juluan Lake, where his people left, had other resources there. We don't have to worry about the cold and heavy snow anymore, Kay said happily. Why didn't he think of it before? One step at a time, there was enough time. After the people passed a warm winter, they could be strong again. In the future, they wouldn't have to worry about many people dying in the north. There was a good way, but who came up with it? To appreciate sheep and good horses, this person, Sai. Kay thought about it and found that the person didn't belong to his Turkic people, and there was no shortage of sheep and horses. Mei Lucy was affected by Kay's voice and stopped temporarily. Li of Ba Shui and Zhuangzi in Chang, and is helping us? Is he leaning towards the Turkic people? He is leaning towards the Tang dynasty. If we are gone, there are other tribes in the north who can take our place. It is always easier to fight with a familiar opponent than an unfamiliar enemy. He is telling us that he has many ways. If he wants us to live, we will live. If he wants us to die, we will die. Mo Jillian's expression changed, and one could tell that he was in a dilemma. On one hand, he was being suppressed to lead his people to escape, and on the other hand, he had to use the other party's methods to survive. It gave people a feeling that the other party was too strong, and they could never think of defeating the other party. They couldn't lead the army, and they couldn't lead their people to live. In distant places, the other party didn't need to come personally to know the local situation. Strategizing and deciding victory from 1,000 miles away was indeed not nonsense. When that person wanted to fight, it was as cold as the northern wind and snowstorm in winter. When that person didn't want to fight, it was like the gentle drizzle in the hot summer. The pressure from absolute power made it difficult for people to breathe. Chapter 1881. Xiaolon, you can't eat beans anymore. You'll feel bloated when you sleep at night. In the Li family Zhuangzi's small bean field, Li Yi stopped Xiaolon, who still wanted to eat roasted beans. The three of them ate potatoes and beans. There were streaks of black ash around their mouths and faces. They didn't need to eat dinner. When they were free, they helped to collect the beans in the field. I think the field is other people's. The more I eat, the more delicious it is. Xiaolon found that eating like this felt different. Yes, stealing other people's sweet potatoes and breaking other people's corn cobs always feel better than our own. Li nodded with a smile. Yes, when he was young, he took stolen sweet potatoes to the commune's rice field in winter and roasted them with straw. They were especially delicious. But there was one thing he had to pay attention to. He had to stay away from the stacked straw. Children in the countryside learned to behave under the sticks and belts of adults from a young age. It was okay to steal ripe things, but not to harm them. It was okay to pick cucumbers planted by other people by the river and eat them. Choose the medium tender ones and don't touch the small ones. No matter whose field it was, they had to walk through the furrows. Stepping on the seedlings was called cheating. Once they were off the ground, they couldn't touch the big cucumbers tied with cloth strips. They were planted by other people. Picking cucumbers and pinching their butts didn't involve pulling the vines. The rope tied to the frame was loose and tied it well. How to pick vegetables in one's own field was the same as how to do it in other people's fields. Stealing was stealing, but it was two different things. When neighbors were chatting, the other party would say, "Your child is so good. He helped my cucumber field kidnap again." Their parents smiled and promised, "I'll beat him when I get back." The neighbors said, "My child also needs a beating." You can't beat the child blindly. It's not good for the child's health. So the two parties began to talk about how to beat the child happily. Now it was stealing other people's beans. They helped to collect them and tied the bean stalks with straw ropes. Li Yi was in charge. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon cooperated. They didn't know how to do it. Li Yi skillfully did the farm work. He pulled the bean stalks and kicked the soil. If he used too much force, the beans would fall out of the pod. Take them back and use the flail to make beans. Let them dry in the sun for 2 days before returning them to the warehouse. Li Yi wiped the sweat off his face. There were even more underhanded tricks. Princess Yongmu brought Xiaolon to help pick up the fallen beans on the ground, and her face was filled with happiness. She felt like she had found someone to live with, just like a farmer. Of course, that was just her own opinion. Li Yi would not admit it. If such commoners were happy, why would he need to take out a large number of tools to help? Li Lang, after the autumn harvest, there will be people coming over to exchange new grains for old grains. 1 bushel for 1 bushel. Zhuangzi will exchange half a bushel of fine bran for half a bushel of rice chaff. Xiaolon picked up the beans and placed them on the ground. She gathered them into a small pile and told Li Yi. Li Yi wasn't usually in charge of such things, and Songde didn't care either. He only looked at the accounts. There were 6 stewards in the manor, and there were stewards under the stewards. The relationship between the managers and the department managers was like that between the managers. We're all used to living a hard life. How can old rice be more fragrant than new rice? It's just that there's more meat after cooking. Is the bran still fine? Li Yi suddenly thought of a skit. Exchanging rice for old rice with new rice was definitely not a 1-to-1 ratio. The central idea reflected in the skit was not the food problem in the people's lives. In fact, it reflected from a side angle that everyone loved to eat new rice. It's beaten into powder. Our Zhuangzi's equipment is good. Take it back and add some noodles and wild vegetables. It's okay to make steamed dumplings without cutting the throat. Xiao Lan nodded vigorously, indicating that the commoners didn't suffer a loss. The bran and rice chaff were like noodles. They couldn't be used as pillows. Is there anyone who can exchange popcorn sticks? Princess Yongmu looked at the bean stalks and asked. The bean stalks were processed into feed pellets for the ruminants. The feed pellets were made by the machine that made the popcorn sticks. Yes, there are people who want to make popcorn with new grains. Sorghum, rice, and yellow rice can't be popped. They contain too much moisture. Xiao Lan continued to answer. She began to secretly collect information about Zhuangzi. No one taught her. She understood it herself. Just like when Princess Yongmu used to live in the palace, Xiao Lan was in charge of various affairs. She was a personal maid. There were specialized people in charge of other affairs, but she still interfered. She could not directly interfere, but she could not understand. She was afraid that Princess Yongmu would be at a disadvantage. She lived her life for Princess Yongmu. Others treated her as a human, but she was a human. Others married Princess Yongmu, but they did not treat her as a human. She did not have a sense of existence. Xiao Lan, I'll give you a few books to read when we go back. They're about management. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me. Li Yi tied up another bundle and said to Xiao Lan, Are these the books that Bai Zaifu and the others read? I read them too. Xiao Lan was very happy. There are similarities, but there are also differences. The administrative management of officials includes a lot of content. The administrative management of enterprises is only for the sake of stability and the pursuit of profits. The government office is based on the interests of the people, while the company group is focused on money. The similarity is that the responsible group needs to assist the ruling forces to fulfill their social responsibilities. The difference is that the existence of the group is based on survival and development. The group is more flexible to the outside world, and the government office is more stable to the people. The relationship between them is very complicated. A large group can control the political power of a small country. Li Yi was willing to train Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan was used to these things. She did not see management as a burden. The three of them talked. After finishing their work, they went to the hot spring sink to wash their hands and faces. They took the remaining 2 roasted potatoes and a bowl of roasted beans and walked back. They did not care about the bean stalks and beans. Others were responsible for them. They walked back to the cafeteria and were about to eat some fruits before going back to rest. The 3 of them found that there were fewer people. The people in power and not in power were all gone. Li Longji and the others were there. Third brother, where did they go? Li Yi was not used to it. They're going to Luoyang soon. They went home to pack their luggage. Their families will follow them. They have to account to the officials in Chang. And Li Yi placed a braised pig trotter and a bunch of white wine in front of him. He told Li Yi about the situation. Our cruiser left first. It's slow and there are many boats on the river. It's the last period of navigation. Li Yi remembered that he was going to spend the New Year in Luoyang this year in Henan province. He actually wanted to go to Kaifeng to take a look. It used to be Bianliang in Tokyo. Beijing probably could not be the capital anymore. Every capital was actually shouldering the task of fighting the enemy on the front line. Nanjing used to be the capital too. Later, it could not be used as a capital because it needed to deal with the countries in the north. As long as a country's political power still had fighting spirit, it would never put its capital in the most stable place. The capital had always been at the forefront, including the capital of India during Li Yi's time. In fact, they were just in the range of Li Yi's country's rocket launchers. Yes, rocket launchers, not rockets or missiles. Li Yi still wanted to put the political center in Chang, and He wanted to complete some deployments by land. In terms of sea routes, was it possible to build a capital in Guangzhou? It was not suitable. Yizhou was not suitable either. Although it was called Chengdu, it was not Chengdu. It was too far away from the sea, and the road was steep. There was no sense of urgency there. If he wanted to continue to expand, the more land routes to the north, the better. Chapter 1882. Brother E, did you bring something back for me? Li Longji saw the beans and black potatoes. Princess Yongmu sat there with her head lowered. Xiao Lan stood behind Princess Yongmu and turned her head to look elsewhere. Yes. Li Yi replied calmly. He went to wash his hands and came back to peel 2 baked potatoes. After peeling them, he washed his hands again and made 2 eggplants. He put the potatoes and eggplants together and stirred them with chopsticks. Then he added green onions and egg sauce. Eggplant mixed with potatoes. It's best to eat it hot after drinking water. I'll take out the green onions and use the pot to make eggplant with potatoes. Li Yi pushed the food in front of Li Longji. Tell me, how do you want to eat it? Where are the beans? Li Longji saw that Li Yi could not make it difficult for him and changed to something else. Heat it in the oven. Then, put it in a bowl of cold water with pepper noodles, green onions, and salt. Cover it for 5 minutes, and it will be salted beans. Eat it hot and boil it in salt water. Then, add water and mix it with other things. Because it has been boiled, it's not suitable for frying. Li Yi was not afraid. Tell me, what do you want to eat? I can even make it into beans and fry it to wrap it with glutinous rice products. I received a telegram that Wu Hin has returned to the Turks. There's nothing important, so I won't disturb you from your farm work. Li Longji finally said what he should say. He was just joking before. You guys ran out to eat and play. Brother E and his daughter are getting farther and farther away. Brother E became his son-in-law, and his daughter became someone else's family. Our people have crossed the desert. Li Yi found the most important thing from the words. The Turks can cross, but we can't? The Turks are going to Shanghai, which is our place. Let the locals take a detour and arrange it properly. Li Longji said naturally. He did not feel that there was anything wrong. Li nodded. Yes, there's nothing wrong with it. He was once again attuned to the era. Now it was the Tang dynasty, not the Song and Ming dynasties. Without the oppression of the nomads who said that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty could not break into the grassland. The Yuan dynasty expanded its territory, but so did the Tang dynasty. Lil Hai will be ours in the future. He has a lot of resources. If we give it to others, others will just waste it. Their lives won't be good. Li Yi said as he looked around for his notebook. Qing Song wanted to move, but Li Yi stopped him. No, we'll talk about it later. Outside, Bai Gu and the others were indeed making arrangements to move. They wanted to bring their families with them. This included the members of the royal family. Zhang Sanxian didn't eat dinner and wasn't in the mood. Instead, she hugged her newborn son and hummed a song as she wandered around. With Li Yi's efforts, his son was finally born. He was just 1 month old, less than 100 days old. The baby was wrapped up tightly, especially with a mask. It was made up of several layers of white gauze. Zhang Sanxian wanted to bring his wife, child, and concubine to Luoyang. His son had been injected with a vaccine. After that, when they were a little older, they would be beaten again and again. Ordinary children would not be able to enjoy such treatment. The vaccine was special now. Li Yi had exchanged his life for it, and it could only be gradually cultivated in the future. As long as one type was cultivated, the rest would be relatively simple. There was a process: antivenom, smallpox vaccine, rabies vaccine, and tetanus vaccine. With these 4 types, the rest could be cultivated according to the same cultivation and manufacturing methods. He wasn't allowed to ask for special bottles. Those bottles were the ones that cost more. Li Yi was using the Tang dynasty's industrial system as a foundation, so it was impossible for him to create them. He didn't need them either. Would there be no side effects after using a good bottle? This was a matter of who had the most advanced technology and who set the rules. Strength determined everything, or rather, martial strength determined everything. Zhang's son Xian didn't care about technology. He knew that following Li Yi was the right choice. When his wife gave birth, she would run to the Li family Zhuangzi to wait for delivery. If natural childbirth didn't work, he didn't care if Li Yi personally went over to take the child out. The female nurse was capable and had done it many times. He was still worried and asked Li Yi to be ready at any time. "I'll leave my wife and child to you. It's cold. Come back quickly. The sick baby is uncomfortable," Wang Yuyan shouted angrily. Usually, she always gave face to her husband. After having a child, she almost became a shrew when it came to matters related to the child. "Let's go back. Take him to the sun. Clothes can't block the ultraviolet rays. It's good for the baby to be exposed." Zhang's son Xian smiled and compromised. He carried his son into the house. The house was quite messy. Everyone was tidying up, including the Qiangong step bed he made for his wife. This thing had to be checked in. He had agreed with the third steward of the Li family Zhuangzi that he would give enough money and the other party would arrange it. For this, he almost lost his life. What he meant was that in the future he would cooperate with the third steward in transportation and charter the carriage. He felt that he was smart to have thought of this situation. The carriage was worth a lot of money. "If you can't charter a carriage, I'll find someone else to work with. Isn't that fine? Then I'll take a percentage of the profits." In the end, the third steward gave him a set of industry regulations that could cause problems. There were many detailed details. As for what you're thinking, our master has long known about it. He has set a rule that anyone in the manor who touches it will die. As for the carriage, it wasn't open to the public now. When it starts to be open to the public, there will be a public announcement, and it will not be your turn to interfere. The entire railway operation system will be a fishing operation. Someone will deliberately give you benefits and arrange the carriage at the station you share. If you catch them once, you will catch them 100 times. There is no reason to talk about it. If you are really honest, you can sign a contract with this person and report it. Your official evaluation will be at least high, or even high. After Zhang's son Xian knew about this situation, he did not back down. He had 4 assistants who passed the Jinshe exam. They gave him an idea. When there are more carriages in the future and the operation is normal, he will help others to operate. First, he has to familiarize himself with the process. When others are new and do not understand, he will help to arrange and collect a certain service fee. It was like the scalpers in some hospitals in Li Yi's time. They don't want to snatch the number anymore. They are familiar with the process. If someone in your family is not in good health, you can contact them. They will bring a wheelchair or a stretcher and help you to arrange. They will be responsible for which step to take and which building to go to. If you need to be hospitalized, normally a department's inpatient room will be full. You can't stay even if you want to. This refers to the key hospitals, not some of the so-called 3 grade A hospitals. There are a large number of empty wards. The scalpers will not participate in the transformation. They usually provide services in a hospital affiliated to a medical school where inpatient rooms are scarce. They will help you register for another department and then say that you have a physical problem and need to be hospitalized. This way, you can spend more registration fees and diagnosis fees to stay in the inpatient department of this department. You can go to the real treatment department at any time. Hospitalization and medical treatment can be separated. It is not a separate ward round after surgery. The railway system in Li Yi's time is better than the hospital. The reason why everyone ignored it is that it has nothing to do with life. It is a capital difference. If a sick person can't get a hospital bed, they will be angry. If a person in a company can't get a carriage, they will work hard to adapt and invest in public relations. Zhang's son Xian found this loophole. It is not in management, but in the size of the industry's capital. Tell Li Yi about your matter. Don't you have a phone now? Give us a separate one. Don't mess around. Mrs. Zhang's son Xian took the child in her arms and said softly. Chapter 1883. As the morning glow drifted over the horizon, the Li family's yacht set off automatically with the villagers who had gone out to sea before. There was no need for a pilot. Wooden boxes of standard sizes were transported to the station one by one. Words and numbers were written on them, indicating who owned what. The boxes were first moved to the carriage, which was then moved to the side of the train. The platform was raised, and the boxes were moved into the carriage. Everyone was preparing to go on a trip. Wei Jigu started to arrange people. He was temporarily the assistant minister of the Yellow Gate and stayed behind to guard Chang. Every day, he and Yuan Qianyao would call Luoyang to report the situation. Yuan Qianyao would be the governor. The two of them could keep each other in check and could secretly report to each other. There was a large group of women in the imperial harem. Regardless of whether they could stay in Zhuangzi, they were all going to Hunan. As for the attendants, only the people closest to them would be brought along. The rest would have to wait for the next train as there was no space for them. There were close to 200,000 people going together. Otherwise, why would they go to Hunan when there was a drought in history? Food was indeed a problem. The 16 guards, the various palaces, the officials and their subordinates, the commoners who could move, a large number of winged knights left first. A portion of the 16 guards also left on horseback with food. The remaining 16 guards and winged knights were responsible for the stability of the capital. They were responsible for the southwest barbarians and the Tela 9 families, the 10 families, and the surrendered Turks. The soldiers guarding the source of the Yellow River were being transferred back. Zhang Shaosong wanted to go to the north to take a look and see how Su Lu was doing. The others were responsible for stabilizing the front line at Huashi City to prevent Su Lu's cavalry from sneaking in. The former Tubo people who had joined the Tang dynasty moved further back to prepare for this year's winter. They had a small city to live in. Some people ran to Tubo to help build roads. In the future, there would be no war and there would be a need for transportation. The Li family Zhuangzi would arrange for people to plant new seeds in the greenhouses. Li Yi wanted to take a portion of the seeds to Hunan to find a place to build greenhouses. The good precision equipment had already been loaded onto the ships. Half of the craftsmen left to build an industrial base in Luoyang. It's going to rain today, Li Longji said after eating breakfast and looking at the sky outside the window. The beautiful morning glow was providing a weather forecast. It won't affect the operation of the trains. In winter, the telephone lines will freeze, so people need to remove the ice. Pei Yaoqing even did that in front of Chang'an. Tell him to go to the north and be the commander-in-chief. I'm not worried about his work. If it weren't for the fact that sea trade is more important, I wouldn't want to go to Hunan Prefecture at all. The matters in the north haven't been properly arranged. Li Yi felt that he could not do two things at once. Hunan was in charge of the economy, while Chang'an was in charge of agriculture and warfare. He couldn't be at ease with either of these two matters. He even wanted to fly over and use his heavy machine gun to force Moji Lian to surrender. Li Longji was not worried and turned around to inform the chancellors. Little brother Yi, when we arrive at Hunan province, we will look for skilled craftsmen in the area to build Zhuangzi. What do you think? Li Longji discovered another problem. They lacked manpower. The Li family Zhuangzi should have more manor owners, and the current manor owner had become a steward. If he nurtured them together with the students. In the future, if there were any officials who were disobedient, he could directly send a farmer to deal with them. When we arrive, I will exchange for a set of hospital equipment. Here, I will leave it for the nurses to teach and operate. Li Yi was willing to move the things away, but he also pondered about the large number of people in the medical industry in the capital. For example, the people who passed away in Grief Tianfang had no relatives. Their bodies were brought over for others to learn. There were also prisoners on death row who did dangerous work. They were also used for practice. He had things that could be used for teaching. First, he would use the 4 ways of diagnosis. If he could not make a diagnosis, he would send the patient to the Li family Zhuangzi for examination. Whether it was surgery or diagnosis of illness, it all required experience. If he used the equipment to practice, he would have to learn how to treat patients without equipment support. Slowly, he would systematize everything. Can I make up for it? Li Longji was conflicted again. Yes. Fine people. Let's make it clear first. Once he entered Zhuangzi, he did not turn back. I will use the equipment to detect lies. If you don't tell the truth, I won't take it. Li Yi mentioned the exchange of equipment because he wanted to solve the problem of finding people first. He put the equipment on people first. Some could even measure without touching them. He would first chat about daily life and collect a person's physical data under normal conditions. He would not even let the other party know. When the data was collected, he would ask some questions. If the other party had any abnormal physiological reaction, it would mean that they were lying. The first time might not be accurate. He would do it a few more times. Do you know who is lying? Li Longji looked at Li Yi with a strange gaze. Sometimes it might not be accurate. For example, the other party did not lie, but it is determined that they are lying. When Zhuangzi looks for people, he does not care whether the other party is lying or not. He will not take anyone who is lying. Li Yi shook his head. The data was affected by the individual's body. Some people liked to let their imaginations run wild. When you talked to them normally, they would always think about other things. The data collected was not accurate. When you asked them some important things, they would still think about other things. When you compared them, they were not lying. This kind of situation was different from normal people's data fluctuations. It could not be determined that the other party was lying. Also, there were people with psychological problems. They clearly did something, but they did not think they did it. When tested, all their data were normal. There were also people with dual personality and people who were muddle-headed all day. The people of the intelligence department started testing when they were recruited. After getting the data, they would test it every once in a while. It would be relatively accurate. What about during interrogation? Li Longji found a use for it. It can be used as part of the basis for judgment. It cannot be directly convicted. Li Yi said truthfully, in case there was a special situation where the other party was not lying and was not guilty, they would be beaten into a confession. Good. This is a good method. The soldiers at the border. Third brother, you can't. For example, the general guarding the border is a foreigner. You ask him if he has ever thought of betraying the Tang dynasty. He said no. After the test, it is proven that he is lying. What should we do? Li Yi gave a simple example. The other party had the idea, but decided not to betray in the end. In the future, when the Tang dynasty's weapons were more advanced and logistics were better, the generals who had the idea would not think about it anymore. It can't be used? Li Longji showed a regretful expression. Under the premise of not telling them, ask other questions and inquire indirectly. I will secretly collect data. It will be good for us to know. It remains to be seen. Li Yi could not bear to see Li Longji helpless and gave another idea. Not bad. The ministers do not ask, but the generals who ask the situation, the intelligence department. The intelligence department will use it. I have a set of procedures. We will start to use it later. Li Yi supported at this time. Brother Yi, have you tested me before? Li Longji suddenly asked. Third brother, I will teach you how to use it first. Then you test me and ask me this question. Li Yi was depressed. I am just joking. Brother Yi, don't take it seriously. Haha. Li Longji smiled awkwardly. He was indeed afraid of being tested and felt uncomfortable. Find people in Hunan Province's Grief Field Square, especially the children. Li family Zhuangzi will slowly nurture them. The craftsmen can sign up on their own. Li Yi changed the topic. Otherwise, they could not continue the conversation. Chapter 1884. Woo. Woo. A train with a passenger carriage slowly drove out of the station. Many people stood on both sides of the road to send them off. The newspaper said that Her Majesty was going to Hunan province, and that Li Yi would follow her and would not return this winter. The people did not care if Her Majesty left or not. She could go if she wanted to. After Li Yi left, the people felt empty. Without Li Dongzhu, would the Li family Zhuangzi still be the Li family Zhuangzi? With Li Dongzhu living by the Baishui River, they would not be afraid even if the sky fell. Fortunately, it was written in the newspaper that Song stayed behind. The line in the sky was called a telephone line. It could transmit messages from thousands of miles away. In the blink of an eye, Li Dongzhu knew that winter was the same as last year. If there was a new way to make money, Li Dongzhu would call back. The newspaper would be printed the next day. Now the people were sending their blessings and wiping their tears. They were reluctant to leave, and the children were crying. Gang Ro, if you were a local official and the imperial court wanted to transfer you back to the capital, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to come back. Zhang Juling sat on the other side of the aisle and sighed. He was impressed. When he went to Chang and to be the chancellor, the people in his hometown in Guangzhou were reluctant to let him go, but they did not ask him to stay. When he left Guangzhou, the Li family Zhuangzi students and farmers took his place. When the people saw this, they thought, these people are good. You can leave. Congratulations on your promotion. When Li Yi left, they said that they could contact him at any time. When he came back next year, the people would still send him off. Li Yi ran to Guangzhou. If he wanted to leave, would the people let him go? If Li Yi were to sneak away, the next governor of Guangzhou would face great difficulties when he took over. The new official could not change any of the plans left by Li Yi. If he wanted to change it, the people would not agree. No matter what he said, it would be useless. I heard that the people without permanent property packed their luggage, hired a car, and even raised money to buy a car to follow him to Luoyang. Lu Chong looked at the people outside the window and felt fear in his heart. When he said he would come back next year, the people could not wait and insisted on following him. Anyway, their jobs were not fixed. Xiao Yi assisted His Majesty and served the people wholeheartedly. That's how things turned out this way. Li Dan praised Li Yi. Xiao Yi doesn't have much ability. She can only make some tools that benefit the people, help them earn money, and teach them how to prevent illness. Bai Gu said with a smile. He had to support him. If he went to Hunan Prefecture, he would earn even more money. Song Jing narrowed his eyes. Wherever Li Yi goes, he will be the commander-in-chief. If he leads people to rebel, I'm afraid he will succeed. It's not a problem for me to rebel now, as long as I kill Zai Fu first. Li Yi turned his head and glared at him. Was he trying to provoke him? The windows could be opened. Brother Yi, if you're afraid of seeing blood, you can just imprison him, Li Qingqi teased. The key is that I lack living human subjects for my surgery. Li Yi continued to glance at Song Jing. Song Jing turned his head and looked out of the window. Anyway, you can't really use me for practice. I didn't say anything bad. Su Yi was the first to clear his name. After saying that, he laughed, and everyone laughed together. Li Longji was happy. The previous Zai Fu were all scheming against each other. Now that everyone was fighting among themselves, they couldn't win against Li Yi. What was the point of fighting? With less internal friction in the imperial court, the capital could be said to be peaceful. Not only were the people reluctant to leave, but he also thought about Brother Yi's departure after the New Year. Looking at the four Zai Fu, their work efficiency had also decreased, and they felt that they had lost the most important thing. If it weren't for Brother Yi's plan, their work wouldn't have been easy. Amidst the rumbling sound, the train entered the station and was about to load a carriage. Zhang Sun Xan's family and the local big investors who were preparing to go to Luoyang were in the carriage, including some members of the Su family. Qian and Sun were going, and the two little guys followed to learn. Usually, they would come to Li family Zhuangzi once every 10 days and stay for a day or two before going home. If they didn't see each other for a long time, not only would they refuse, but their families would also not agree. Learning in Li family Zhuangzi wasn't just about learning, but also about playing. How many princes were in Li family Zhuangzi? No matter how one looked at it, Shang was the future crown prince. He always played with his family's children. Luoyang was far away, but at most he would miss it and take the train to take a look. It wasn't like he couldn't afford it. After the carriage was connected, the little guy waited at the connecting area. When he saw Qian, and Sun, he pulled them and ran first. The child's parents and the steward bowed slightly when they saw familiar people. They weren't timid and always met. Zhang Sun Xian's wife carried the child and found Empress Wang to exchange their parenting experience. Empress Wang had given birth to a son and was the most experienced. Her method was to throw the child to the uncle and not care about anything else. Zhang Sun Xian was called to Li Longji and a folding chair was added. He sat in the aisle because there was no cart selling ham, instant noodles, or melon seeds. He didn't want to disturb others for the time being. There was a luggage rack in the carriage for people to put things. The seats were also empty. Because it wasn't crowded, there were no standing tickets and the distance was short so people wouldn't go under to sleep. There were no sleepers in the carriage. In the future, from Haizhou to Chang, and sleepers would be added when stopping at stations. Who was willing to lie down and sleep now? They were all looking at the scenery outside. Have you bought the land? Li Longji asked, as if they were chatting. He was indeed familiar with Zhang Sun Xian. In the past, they could see each other every day. Otherwise, how could Zhang Sun Xian have a temper? Zhang Sun Xian didn't have a temper now. He shook his head slightly. I didn't buy it. I don't know where to buy it. I'm afraid I bought the wrong one. If you buy it after we go there, the price will be doubled. Li Longji reminded him. It's okay if it's a bit expensive. I want to find a place near the land bought by Li family Zhuangzi. Zhang Sun Xian looked at Li Yi. He wouldn't lose out if he followed you. I'm afraid there's none left, right? Song Jing said something that made people uncomfortable again. There is. Li Yi continued to not give face. I'll choose a piece of land alone. I'll tell everyone in advance. Buy the land around here first. I'll be in the middle. There was indeed no land at the moment. Others were smart. The price of the land around Li family Zhuangzi's mountain was sky high. It didn't matter. Wherever Li bought, the land around it would be good. It was even better than the land used to build the high-speed railway. It wouldn't be a problem for the land to increase 100 times in an instant. Are you looking for wasteland? The land isn't fertile enough. It can't even be considered an inferior land. Zhang Sun Xian didn't argue with Song Jing. He came out with his aides. For Jinshi were officials under his command. It was a waste of talent, but the four cousins were willing. Because he was close to Li family Zhuangzi, and his wife was Empress Wang's sister. As long as he didn't continue to go against Li Yi, everything was fine. Li nodded. Land with sand and alkali soil. Luoyang itself has many rivers. Whether the land is good or not depends on its use. Land for farming and commercial purposes can't be chosen in the same way. I want to build an industrial area. Good land is useless. I'll take care of the roads, water, and other basic facilities myself. The government can save money. How can there be other people around to participate in the construction of an industrial area? Song Jing jumped out again. It's the same as why there's a market on the other side of Baqiao. Li Yi didn't argue this time. He knew what Song Jing meant. Secrecy was the priority. Secrecy didn't mean that there weren't other people around. Some of the things they made had to be sold. It involved storage and transportation. Chapter 1885. We should send winged knights to guard it. Song Jing agreed. Oh, winged knights will listen to your arrangement. Li Yi retorted. We were talking about serious matters just now, and now I'm picking on you. Song Jing, he was about to cry. Do you have to do this? I said something wrong, and you're trying to push me to my death? Xiao Yi, is there an increase in profit in the new industrial zone? Bai Gu helped to resolve the situation. Is it an increase in revenue? Li Yi went straight to the heart of the problem. It's a newly developed land with a large investment. Do you pay taxes? Bai Gu asked tentatively. He understood from reading books that taxes could not be collected at any time. It was not easy for others to raise money to start a business, and the beginning was the most difficult period. Once taxes were collected, the other party might die. Here, I want to build a match factory. It will occupy a transportation hub and is suitable to produce products for people's livelihood. The technical requirements are high, and the construction cost is low. It can also stimulate the surrounding industries. Even if you are old and weak, you can still be engaged in this industry. This includes the lame, the crippled, the mute, and the blind. Li Yi had finished preparing the technical knowledge, and Zhuangzi had already worked out the production process of various materials for matches. Now he was going to build a match factory in Hunan province, and it was a relatively safe match. It still had a negative impact on people's health, and it could be offset by other auxiliary means. The matches he wanted to make could not be lit by just finding a place to strike. He had to use a special friction material. For example, the frosted glass blackboard in school could be used to strike matches. It required dexterity, speed, and contact surface. Once struck, there would be a fire. Li Yi knew that the production of matches had a negative impact on people's health. He did not pursue absolute profits, and the most important thing was to make it convenient for the people. Profits were money, and the people's health was their lifespan. He also needed to exchange for a set of medical equipment. Was this something that could be solved with the money of the Tang dynasty? Didn't you exchange your lifespan for that thing? Song Jing took out a small package from his arms. He wrapped it with red silk and opened it layer by layer to reveal the matchbox inside. Then he pushed out the matches inside. The matches were oval-shaped and looked very neat. There were a total of 4 rows facing each other. There were 40 matches in the box, but he didn't use a single one. Test subjects, the best batch. You didn't use them? Li Yi was surprised. We didn't use it. We thought you exchanged your life for it. Su Yi also took out a bag and opened it. You didn't get any extra? You'll get 1 box every 10 days. It's enough for a normal household. Li Yi didn't know that he had Zhuangzi's data. He thought it was a small matter. Everyone is thinking of using your life to exchange for it. Who would dare to use it? You can actually build a factory to mass produce it. Yao Chong took out a sandalwood box and slammed it on the table. F***CK. Thank you. Li stood up, clasped his hands, and bowed. This was a kind of recognition from a famous person in history. Gang Ro, can I draw one? Zhang Juling had been thinking about this for a long time. Don't. There's smoke. It's choking. If the babies smell it and cry, it'll be hard to coax them. Li Yi waved his hand. The windows were all closed. It was cold in the morning. Lighting a match was not a big deal. How does a blind man work? Sui followed and asked. He had helped a blind man before. At that time, when the chancellors were out, they met a blind old man. The whole team stopped, and he went over personally. Now, there was a blind road in Chang'an. When it snowed in winter, the blind road was cleaned so that people with vision problems could feel the bumps on the ground. Paste a matchbox, a skilled worker. Don't think that a blind man can't do anything. Have you seen a blind man go to the river to collect duck and goose eggs? He's more accurate than a normal person. We'll provide the paste, the kind that can be eaten when hungry. They'll be responsible for this kind of box. After the friction part, we'll add 2 sides. Paste a box. The blind man's speed is not slow. You should have seen knitting before, right? The method I copied is the weaving technique. We can chat and knit at the same time. Li Yi explained the difficulty of the work. It was very simple. When he was young, his family raised ducks, geese, and chickens. During the day before they were released, they would touch the eggs first. After touching, they would know if they could lay eggs that day. After the poultry came back, the chickens were in one area. If they found that there were fewer eggs, they had to go find them. The ducks and geese were in another area. They also had to find eggs. The ducks and geese chose to lay eggs in hidden and obvious places. They were so hidden that he might not be able to find them even if he kept his eyes open. There were blind neighbors. They knew where the eggs were. After that, they would pick up a pile of eggs and put them at the door of the yard. They would take their own out first, and the neighbors would come to collect them. They knew how many eggs each family had. They would take what they should take and not take what they shouldn't. Everyone watched and knew the situation of each family. It was fine if you took advantage of them once, but if you did it repeatedly, no one would contact your family in the future. At that time, there was no internet. The neighbors didn't talk to your family and directly judged that your family was dead. If you bought and sold things at the market next door, people would give you a hard time. If you bought meat, people would give you bad cuts. If you sold things, people wouldn't even look at them. If they didn't buy, they could give it to others for free. However, people from the same village would turn around and leave. If your child wanted to find a partner to play with, no child dared to play with him. Otherwise, they would be beaten when they went home. If there was such a blind man in a village, the village would be very harmonious. As for later, Li Yi's mind wandered as he thought about it. Some things were hard to get back once they were lost. The train came into the station again to resupply with coal and water. The dispatcher called other places, especially the passenger car behind, to ask about the speed and time of passing through the area. Telegram and telephone, double insurance. If the snow is thick in winter, can it still be pushed? Song Jing played the villain again. It'll be fine when the dual tracks are in operation. It's now a single track. There are additional sections where the train stops and switches. There's also a type of car that relies on the rails to push back and forth. The speed isn't slow either. When we reach Luoyang, I'll show it to everyone. When operating the car, there needs to be a wireless and wired telephone connection. Li Yi didn't have any problems with whether the train could push the snow away. In his time, the early steam engine trains didn't say that they couldn't run because of snow. Unless the snow was too heavy, it had nothing to do with the situation during the operation. After the train was resupplied, dozens of people came up. They were all local businessmen. They read the newspapers and knew the situation. They waited here. When Her Majesty went out, few people were willing to follow her. If Li Yi went with her, it was guaranteed that there would be business opportunities. They trusted Li Yi. Li Yi's business in the Tang dynasty was not a lie. Li family Zhuangzi's products had never had any quality problems. The after-sale service was also very good. For example, if the kerosene lamps, mirrors, bicycles, thermos bottles, and glass were broken, they could go to Li family Zhuangzi to replace them at any time. The Li family's manor promised that if you were unhappy and smashed it, there would still be some broken items. If you brought them back, they would definitely replace them for you. Some of the new passengers were students. They were supposed to go to Chang and for the exam, but they read the newspapers that they had changed places. So what if they changed places? At their current location, they could get on the train and take out the recommendation letter from the local government. They didn't need to spend any money. When they came to the courier station, they didn't need to spend any money. Seeing that they were students, the courier station would give them extra care